play, so I have a lot. Yeah, I played like I used to stream it myself actually, but I haven't streamed in about 2 years either. So.
You streamed? That's another
hmm
plot twist.
Yeah,
That's pretty cool.
more lore coming out. Yeah, I used to stream quite a lot, but during COVID is when I started, when I think most people started.
Yeah, that's when I streamed.
But then
I streamed Animal Crossing. That was my thing during
yeah,
lockdown.
Fall Guys I think was probably the one I streamed the most. I used to do Dead by Daylight occasionally as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
How could they separate
Fall
Team
Guys
Santa? They put you on the other side
Fall
of the
Guys
map
is
than
so much
me.
fun though, because you don't really have to be good at
Yeah?
it. There's some
It's the
games that I play, but I won't play them on stream because what if I'm bad?
Oh.
What if I'm bad and everybody laughs at me? Like
Yeah, that makes
I can't
sense.
handle that.
Whoop. You're ahead of me right now.
Oh,
And
bro, I still got this.
I've been playing a ton.
I'm still good,
You
maybe.
still got it?
Oh,
Your dormant skills.
oh no, no, I spoke too soon. How do you dive again?
I saw that.
How do you dive? I don't. Oh, okay, X. I don't know why I'm asking you like we're on the same console.
Yeah, I'm using a
Like,
Switch controller.
you're like spacebar, and I'm like, yeah, I don't have one of
Oh, that won't help.
those. Oh
I'm doing
no.
pretty good. I'm about to
I think you're
cross.
ahead of me now.
Yes. Mwahaha. I believe,
I
though.
got I got too cocky. I got too cocky on the first round.
Oh, now I'm spectating you. Okay.
Oh no.
It's so weird to see another Santa, because, like, no one else uses the Santa skin, I feel like.
It's so weird to see another Santa, because it's like September.
Oh. You're not wrong. Let's go! We qualified.
I think we're good.
Third! Yeah, the Santa squad's gonna go far, I can tell.
We got this. First game, win. No, I'm kidding.
Imagine. That would really
Oh
set the
mate,
stage.
that'd be so good.
The Santa dub in September. At least it's almost October.
Yeah. And then we'll have to find like a spooky one. I'm
Ooh.
kidding. I'll never make you change from Santa. There's a big dragon on the top row.
It is
That's a
pretty.
cute skin, but also it's fucking massive.
It was. I saw it.
That is huge.
Oh, it's the fruit one. This one's pretty. This one's pretty easy.
Yeah.
Except sometimes I forget. On like
What
once it gets to
fruit
the
is?
last round.
You're just constantly looking for the apples.
All right, here we go. They separated the Santas again. Why do they keep doing that?
Why are they doing this to us?
I know. I'll
I
fix
hate
that.
them.
Get over here. Apples and bananas.
Oh wait, no, I'm just running away from you. Sorry.
Hello.
Oi. No, don't grab me. I'm scared. How do you? I forget. I forget how you. Oh, yeah, that's how you grab. Not
Oh
that I'm
yeah.
gonna need to use that.
This one.
I just remembered I wasn't looking.
Uh oh. Uh
It was so
oh.
That was.
We're
No, it's
still.
fine. It's.
We're still in.
Wait,
We're still in.
There's no way.
No.
It's fine. Warm up game.
Dang, we lost. How did that
I
happen?
forgot. I forgot to pay attention. My
Me
bad.
too.
Also, so did you apparently.
I have no excuse. That was. Oh
I
my
forgot that
goodness.
I had to remember which one to stand on, not just copy everyone else like I used to.
Right. I thought we'd be all good. Ooh, I saw your emote.
I'm ready for a fight.
I don't even have that one. That's pretty cool. Ba, 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 ba. Oops, I forgot to turn on music. 1 sec. Audio. Music. There we go. It's not the same without the music. Alright, now I'm ready. Oh, you're ready. You're raring to go.
Oh, Fall Guys music or like a soundtrack?
Before, I was listening to another soundtrack, but now I'm just going to use the Fall Guys music.
Okay, fair.
Bum, 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 bum.
Right, this is the one. That was a warm-up.
Yeah. This is it.
We could have gone all the way if I'd remembered what a banana was.
I know, that's all we had to do. I cannot believe that happened. I usually do that one just fine.
Oh, they're testing me again.
Oh, it's this one again?
There's also so many that I think I've ever played as well that I've seen on people's streams.
Ah, yes.
So I hope we don't get those ones.
Yeah, this is one of the older ones. But
Yeah.
they've added a lot. Hey, we're together!
Next to each other.
Yes! Hello, Santa.
Everybody move.
What the heck? Oh no. I'm falling forever.
Have I like mad lag? Oh, okay, you've also mad lag.
Okay, it's happening to you too.
Yeah, okay, I thought it was just me.
What's going on?
Okay, I got DC'd.
Me too. I don't know what just
Okay.
happened.
I wondered why no one was moving.
Yeah,
When
everyone
we
was
started,
just...
I was like, head start, but no, it was just
That would be
a
awesome.
disconnect.
Hello, that old guy. We had a warm-up round, and then we got DC'd, and then now we're doing it. We're
is
going
the
for
real
real. Ooh. More fruit. More fruit-based games.
This is part of my 5 a day.
Ah, yes. Thank you for the stretching time, Stick Mom. Bow, 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 bow. Yes, we're next to each other.
But they also put us at the back.
Yeah. They're hating.
Rude.
They want to see us. They don't want to see us win.
No!
Alright, I'm doing pretty good. Those watermelons can't get me. Oh, it got me! It got me! Pretty bad. Oh no. That was no. Dang it!
Okay, warm up.
Yeah. Let's try that again.
Let me leave.
Oh, I know. I hate when it
Oh,
doesn't do when it forces you to have the match start and everything.
Okay, I made it. We're good.
Let's go. Double watermelon snipe. I know. I was doing so good until the watermelon came right for me. All right. The Santas are having a bit of a rough start, but we'll get it. We'll get it.
We got this.
The magic of Christmas. This is a classic one.
Yes.
This is, I think, one of the ones that it started out with.
I think this is like I know sometimes they like change the ending around. They change like certain bits around, don't they?
Oh yeah, you're right. They do.
Yeah. But I think this is the original.
All right. We're in the back again. Let's go. All right. I see you. I see you. No. Stop.
Oh.
No, it closed on me.
Let me in.
Let me. Yeah, exactly. All right, dodge the balls. Good. I'm gonna do it. Come on. Yes. Oh no. Come on. Oh.
Did we still make it?
Yeah!
You carried.
Alright. The Santas survive. That was clutch.
Really was.
I saw you. You were almost there. And then it
I
ended.
was so close and I got hit by the lollipop. Oh no, not tiptoe.
Oh yeah, this one. Alright, but watch. I'm gonna get it on my first try. It's gonna be awesome. Oh, they have those rollers. Sometimes there's nothing there, but now we got big old rollers in the way. Whew.
Everybody
This one!
Me go first.
Uh-oh. Alright. I did not guess correctly.
No, don't push me off, everyone.
Oh no, Santa! Come back! Ah! Alright, alright. Oh, I guessed correctly.
Tiptoe is so insane because everyone's just too scared to take the first step.
Yeah, we're all just waiting for someone else too. Oh no! Okay, go, go, go! Okay, I think we got it. Yes! Look at us.
This guy?
Oh.
Oh my god. Is this guy giving up? Does he think he knows? Does he think he knows a shortcut?
There he goes. Has he given up? All right. What's next? Ooh. Okay. Another classic.
Yes.
That old guy says, got the Q. Did you mean to say W? I don't know what got the Q means. Ooh. I think I see a squad of mecha robots.
This guy wearing a cardboard box.
I see the cardboard box.
I mean, okay. Guys, don't grab me. I'm really scared.
Oh no, someone grabbed you. Let me talk to him.
Sir, do you mind?
Uh-oh, uh-oh. I did it! I almost died, but I did it.
Oh my god, I'm such a scrub.
Santa scrub. All right, we could still do this. We could still do this. Oh!
Oh.
That was scary. I'm locked in.
Glad one of us is.
Oh, there I go. Come on. I think we're guaranteed a spot.
No way. No way.
Yes!
They are being generous.
Christmas team wins again. Oh, that old guy, you meant qualified. Got the Q for qualified. Okay. I see you're speaking Fall Guys slang. I like it. Let's see if we can get the queue again. I hope we get a winter-themed course.
Oh, like the Tundra run.
Yeah, exactly.
That's usually like one of the first rounds, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, we're on a final.
Already, alright.
There's like loads of us.
That's what I was thinking. Like, isn't it a little early to do a final round?
It's just lazy hexagon.
Okay. Oh, stop! Stop! Okay. Whew. That was scary. Excuse me. Okay. Let's turn around.
Bro, why are you making a circle around me? Go away.
Oh, my land.
Whoa,
come on.
Vultures.
Okay. Alright, we're good, we're good, we're good. The cardboard box is still here.
Actually.
Oh no. What is this guy doing? I see you. Ah! Uh-oh.
So it starts to No! No, I'm out! Fuck! It was so close!
I'm still in.
You got this. Is you and one dude?
Oh! Stacy!
Oh my god.
Team Santa!
Nice.
That's what I'm talking about.
First up.
I would say that that was pretty epic.
Nice. That was good. That was a good game.
It was. I was just locked in. I saw the
Yeah.
paths, you know?
Oh, that was good.
That's a really good, that's a good omen that things are gonna go well. Got the golden W! We did that, old guy!
What, third game?
Yeah, I think
Not
so.
including the DC, that doesn't count.
Of course. Hey, Stick Mom, thank you. Thank you. Skyline Stumble. Have you played this one before?
Yes, I remember this one.
Mm-hmm. It is one of the older ones.
Yeah.
That's so crazy, though. I didn't know you used to stream it.
Yeah.
Are any of those still surviving? Any VODs?
The VODs? I don't know. I'd
That'd be
have to have a
cool.
look on my channel. I don't know if Twitch automatically deletes them after a while.
Yeah, I feel like they do. I feel like it's probably a low
check.
chance, but that'd be cool to see an ancient history.
I did think about like streaming again, but then I was like, oh, what if no one shows up? And, you
I know the
you know how it is.
feeling.
Yeah.
If you were gonna stream,
Oh,
what would you stream?
Got hit in the face by an orange. Pardon?
By an orange.
Yeah.
Woo! All right, I'm doing great.
I'm doing okay after the orange incident.
Good, good. Excuse me, guys. Uh-oh.
Oh, you!
Come on. I'm almost
Oh,
done.
I think I'm cooked.
Oh.
I think they've screwed me over.
No, Santa. You're not cooked.
my god.
I see you. Now you're asking for help.
How do I emote?
Oh, I'm not sure on...
I'm so confused. There we go. Oh my god. I might have just like screwed it for us.
Let's see. Oh no!
Yep. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that wheel spins fast. Alright, you made it, you made it. Now it's pinball time. Yuin! Thank you for the raid, Yuin! Arigato gozaimasu! Ah, nani o shimashita ka? Haishin ni.
I think
What was your stream?
Saved it with a. I think you saved it with a solo again.
Let's go!
Hard carrying me.
All in a day's work. Yuin Ray, hi Bob. Hello! I'm playing Fall Guys right now. Fall Guysをやっています。ありがとうね。嬉しい。Do you speak any Japanese?
I don't know.
Ah. Well, it's
cool too.
Yeah, I took some courses in college, so I know the basics.
That's cool.
Really, you love Fall Guys? Hi, Fall Guys ga suki desu. Have fun. Arigato.
Slime climb. Was that a capybara skin?
I didn't see it.
It is. It is. Oh, that's so cute.
I have to find it. I see a shark, and I see an Among Us.
The cappy might have already gone out. I don't know.
Oh no, that'd be sad.
Bro, even when I was good at this game, slime climb always messed me up.
Oh, it is. It's
Oh
a.
my god.
It sorts out. Oh no! Stop! Ah. Are you serious? I died.
You got slimed.
You got this, Stacy.
Ooh.
Time to carry me right back. Okay.
Need the shark to get out of my face.
I see him. You did it! You did it!
Was it enough? Was it enough?
Oh, I'm holding my breath. I usually don't die on this one, but this time I got wrecked.
This guy's I'm spectating is having a tough time, but that skin is really cute. Yeah, I think I saw a capybara skin. I'm gonna see how much that is in the shop.
Oh yes. That seems very you-coded.
Oh, I love capybaras. They're so cute.
They should be. Is there any Pokemon based on capybaras?
Not that I know of.
There should be.
Like it.
The Santa Squad has each other's back. That's right, that old guy. We're gonna make it one way or another. Oh, another classic. Jump through hoops. Uh-oh. I almost backed out because I was pressing random buttons.
Wait, we went out.
Wait, we're out?
Yeah.
I thought you qualified. What?
I did, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough points.
Dang it. You almost carried it. Dang. You ready to fight? I'm ready to fight. You earned our spot fair and square.
I did.
They robbed us.
I don't think there is an official capybara Pokemon.
That would be such a good idea, though.
There are like fan ones.
Ah. Do you like any of the designs?
They look quite cute. Why are you gonna email Niantic and tell them to make one.
Yes.
My friend really likes this. Can you make it a real Pokemon?
Yes, it's gonna work, trust me. DoorDash. Do you ever use DoorDash?
I don't think DoorDash is a thing over here.
Oh, I didn't know
we
that.
We have Uber and we have Just Eat.
Oh, I haven't heard of that second one.
We have Deliveroo.
Deliveroo?
Yeah.
I haven't heard of that one either.
Yeah, they're like the main three.
Ah. Yeah, we got our main three. It's Uber Eats, DoorDash, and Grubhub.
Grubhub, yes, I've heard of those.
Ah, okay. Do you ever utilize those services?
I do, yes.
Ah.
I'm a fan.
Yeah, it's nice. I don't use them often, but whenever I do, they can really come in clutch. No, I got knocked backwards! Oh no!
I'm through, but I don't know if it's enough.
You saw that hammer at the end? It knocked me backwards. We did it! Hydrate time. Oh, yes. Thank you. Bubble trouble. Have you played this one before?
Yes.
I like
Big
this
fan.
one. The Santas. Hello. Whoa.
Oh my god, I just got sent.
I saw that. It was not messing around. Bubbles. Collect the bubbles. Whee. All right, 5 out of 30, not bad. No, I missed one. Come here. Come on. Oh, you got the one I was going for. Nice.
Did I? I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's good. It's good. I missed it, so. Come on, got it. Nice. There's a ton of them over here. Let's go get it. 4 more.
There's some over here that I don't think anyone's on this side.
Hey! Christmas sweep. I'm still mad about that, the slime climb, because you qualified, we should have totally qualified.
That was annoying.
We deserved to, because you were one of the few that made it to the end. Oh, snowy! It's a Christmas one.
Ooh, this is the one where you gotta pile it full of snow.
Yup. And looks like we're the red team, which checks out.
So it's like, oh yeah, because we're Santa.
Perfect.
We got an Amogus on our team.
We do.
I don't know where he's going, but
He's just happy to be here.
yeah. What? Sir, come back.
Well, we lost one.
Where's he going? He's not helping us in any way by going over there.
You're right. Oh, we got a little troll over here. Yeah! It got launched.
That's good. Again, this is a very long game where you can sabotage. You kind of just have to be the best.
Uh-huh. Even if our Amogus is gone. Oh, it almost got punched. Come on. Punch! Yeah!
Nice.
We're doing pretty good.
They've realized that they can't win, so they're just gonna stop us from winning.
Exactly.
I don't know how this works.
The weak mindset.
Punch it. Nice.
Yeah! Rolling with the punches.
Has it got strawberries on it?
I think that's what that is. That looks
So
pretty
cute.
good. Would you eat this giant ball?
I absolutely would. Easy, easy slap.
Oh, yes, go. We finished first. We didn't even need that Amogus. Oh, the Amogus qualified with us. Let's go. Strawberry ball for the win. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Alright, I'm gonna try to do what I did last time and become one with the hexagons. If I could play like I did in that previous one, then we should have this in the bag, but there's no guarantees.
Bowser, you need to move, baby, because I need to get this dub.
Bowser's...
Sat right in front of the screen, and I'm like,
Oh!
baby, no. Oh no, I fell. I think he can feel the heat coming off the Xbox, and he's like, ah, yes.
Ah, that's cute.
Please, sweet boy.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you guys. No! How was I better at the hexaterrestrial? Was that what it was called?
Oh yeah,
Real
hexaterrestrial.
hexagon. Oh no, me and the green bean.
I'm scared.
People dropping like flies past me. Oh! No, how did I miss it? It's all on you again. I'm so sorry.
Come on! No!
That was so close.
We almost had it.
I'm spectating a guy called OG Biggie Cheese. Oh, he died too.
Can you say that name one more time?
OG Biggie Cheese.
OG Biggie Cheese didn't win.
No. That was a good game.
That was. I did. That was fun. That was fun. GG's, as it were. I'm gonna turn the music down a little bit. It's a little loud. I need to hear my Santa teammate better. There we go.
I need to hear me talking about OG Biggie Cheese.
Yes! It's necessary. You don't understand. Alright. We're doing good, though. We're making it to the final round most of the time. We already got a dub. Like,
I think we're doing pretty good.
yeah.
Considering one of us hasn't played in 2 years.
Yeah, you still had it. Who knew?
I still have something. I'm not sure what, but
Yes.
there are definitely worse players than me, so I don't think I've played this.
Yeah, this one's a little tough. Those
Yeah,
those beams of light are so bouncy.
I don't recognize this map.
Okay, it looks like you're gonna be
Oh no.
braving it.
Maybe I'll like hang back a little bit so
Mm-hmm.
that I can copy whatever I'm supposed to do. I don't know what I'm doing.
Follow me.
Yeah, I think I might.
This way. Avoid the the mallet. Ah!
Oh my god, they move. Oh, they got little faces.
Yeah. All right, more hexagons.
Do they regen?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
No! I got
Should I still follow you?
cooked. No, I can't. How could this happen to me?
Ooh.
Ah! Okay. I almost fell, but we're good. We're good. Pew!
Oh no!
Oh no!
I fell.
I fell at the same time. Get out of my way,
Oh my
ball.
god, no, I'm cooked.
No. I
Yeah, I
believe.
think we're cooked. A weird little map.
I did it!
I think I was supposed to go inside that tube.
Oh. Alright. Nice, nice.
Ian.
Woo! Got spit out.
Change, they're gonna change. No! Did you carry? Oh my god, you did.
Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. See, you know, that one makes sense because you haven't seen that course before.
Yeah.
Another Q! Let's go, that old guy. Bubble trouble again. We did pretty good at this one last time.
Yeah.
Let's see if you get flung immediately again. 3, 2, 1. Pew!
Then.
Bubbles. There's so many bubbles.
The gold one. Oh, I missed it.
Oh, I saw that. You almost got it. Oh, you little sneaky. Someone got the one I was going for. Not cool. Bum, 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 bum.
I don't even know how to get up there.
Where?
I guess to see it there's up here, like, oh, I think somebody got it. I don't know if they disappear after a while or if someone just got it, but I was watching everybody frantically try and get to a gold one, and I'm like, I just leave it.
Yeah, that happens.
You could have gotten like 5 regular ones in that time.
You're right. But they're so focused on it.
Oh, this is not going as well as last time.
Oh, the sand has met up. Ow. I got smacked. Four more, Santa. I believe, I believe.
2 more, only 1 more person can call it. 1 more! Was that us?
Oh. That was robbery.
That's unlucky.
I was right in front of one too.
Oh no.
We got robbed. Just barely didn't make it. I love how your your Fall Guy keeps doing the fighting emote.
Doing it. I'm not even doing it.
Yeah. That old guy
Why
says,
is he so,
"Oh
is he so
yeah,
aggressive?
oh yeah, I know. You're Santa. You gotta have a talk." because he's just ready to fight anyone.
I was ready to put so much coal in your stocking.
Oh, oh, you went there. You went there. That old guy says, I didn't do good on this map last time. Do you mean the bubble one? Or the one before that? The Which one did you mean, that old guy? Oh, it was sent at 850, so I think you meant the bubble one. Yeah, we almost we were right there. If
it's not like it's not that hard, it's just stupid.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Is this guy like a right, you know Shrek?
Handbill cheer,
Have you ever seen
handbill
Shrek?
cheer, handbill cheer.
Fastra, thank you for the resub. 28 months, Fastra, thank you. You are epic. And I like your Hanbyul emotes, even though the text-to-speech voice said his name kind of weird. Welcome in, Fastra. How you doing? All right. So, what was this I heard you say of Shrek?
No, sorry, I was talking about Shrek. You know, in the film, like the outhouse that he has.
Yes.
I swear somebody has a skin of it.
I think I saw it. It has toilet paper on the back.
It's huge.
It is. The Shrek outhouse. That's a crazy skin to have.
We finished together.
And look at us. First place.
Easy.
Yup.
I'm getting caught.
I love it. Where's the outhouse? Did the outhouse already qualify? I think. Oh, wait, no, he's still here. Fernan 1738. Yo, he has a little
wait,
newspaper.
Is he through? Oh no, there he is. There he is.
Oh, he didn't make
Oh,
it.
he didn't make it.
Rest in peace. There he goes.
Oh, I was hoping his teammate had carried him.
I know. I was thinking that too.
What a stupid skin.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I haven't played this one.
Yeah, it's a
But
little
I've seen
weird.
Lunchdead play it.
Oh, gotcha.
Look at the map screen. Okay. Is it just space tiptoe?
Yeah,
Okay.
except the lights provide the answer. All right, let's see. All right.
Okay.
Oh.
This is interesting.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty unique.
Oh. Oh no! I got hit by a rock.
Space rock.
Yeah, now I'm lost. Oh my god, I'm so dumb.
Here I go. I'm gonna make it. All right, I made it. How are you doing, Santa?
Oh, I got the wrong path.
Oh, yeah.
How do we get to the end, my dude?
Follow that. Oh,
Did you carry me?
yes!
King.
This looks so hard. It is pretty hard. It's pretty tricky.
It's weird.
I'll admit I only qualified so early because I was following everyone else. Joey Chow says Zunbanwa Halloween Bar 1. Zunbanwa to you too, Joey Chow. Welcome in. How is your evening going? Mine's going pretty good. We're having some fun in Fall Guys. We're seeing some interesting skins.
Oh my god, we really are.
Would you rather have the capybara skin or the outhouse skin?
The toilet. I feel like I've got to go Cappy. But
Yeah.
It's close.
For sure, for sure. Ooh, there's a
This
tall
way.
guy.
Dumb. Oh my god, I almost got immediately sent.
That would have been that would have been quite the
Off
moment.
me. I swear I saw someone with a Moogle skin.
Ah! Ah! I got tossed around a bit, but thankfully I'm still
me
alive.
too.
Whew. What skin did you say? Moogle?
Yeah, you know Final Fantasy. Have you ever played?
Oh.
Yeah.
I was wondering
This
where I'd
guy,
heard that
he's got
before.
this guy, he's got like the top half is the top of a Moogle.
Oh, I recognize that thing, but I did not know what it was called.
I've seen a chocobo skin in the game as well before.
Oh,
Like,
I
like
love
the yellow
chocobos.
chickens, yeah.
Da 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 da.
I have my text tone on my phone is the little chocobo walk that they make.
I love it. What's your favorite Final Fantasy game?
7.
Me too.
I used to play the original of like the OG 7 when I was little.
Oh, nice. So you
Yeah.
saw Sephiroth.
And also Vincent, my beloved.
Uh-huh.
Vincent, my king. I love him.
Ooh. Okay, I got tossed, but I stayed afloat.
Good.
Let's go, Santa.
Ooh.
Fall Guys has everything. They do, Joey Chow. Except for Toho. Imagine if they had Toho. Oh, you're sleepy? That's understandable. But imagine Fall Guys had Toho. Who would you want to see most, Joey Chow? Vasher says, I'm currently listening to a song for the first time called Yeah Bonus by Mac Miller. It's pretty nice. How did you discover this song called Yeah Bonus by Mac Miller, Fastra? And it doesn't ring a bell, but I will try to remember to look that up. We made it to the last round again? Let's go.
I hate this map.
Yeah, I'm not a fan either.
Just,
I always choose the wrong way.
yeah, I'm never first.
I don't think I've ever won this one.
See? Instantly, immediately just gets the wrong one.
Of course.
Nonsense.
No. This way. Come on. No! We were so close.
Someone must have been miles ahead of us.
Yeah. That was
Oh my god.
that was bogus.
I've got to go pee.
Okay.
Do you want to wait, or do you want to like do a solo without me? It's up to you.
I'll wait. I'll wait
Okay,
around
I won't be long.
for you to come back.
Okay.
'Twas a recommendation, says Fastra. I like your use of 'twas. Well, I'm glad you like it. I'll have to give that a listen. Joey Chow says they're going to put in Bang Dream in Fall Guys. Bang Dream? What? You're pulling on my leg. And Battle Cats. I have heard of Battle Cats, but I'm not as familiar with it. But Bang Dream? Nah, that's crazy. Fall Guys are gonna be idols. Let's go. When was the last time you played Fall Guys, Joey Chow? Let me know. Look at us. A pair of Santas. I'm gonna wave at her. There we go. Hello! Okay, in case you can't see me, I'm right here. You get to play as Tomori and Kasajizo. Also, I've never played Fall Guys. Oh, Joey Chow. Well, yeah, I appreciate you still coming then, even though it's a game you've never played. Tomori? Let me look that up. Tomori Bandori. Oh, I've seen her. Okay. Tomori Kasajizo? What the? Okay, I was not ready for that. I thought it was gonna be another girl. But it's... Oh, that's the Battle Cats! Okay. Even you've never played Fall Guys, even though it's free to play. It is. It's calling your name, Joey Chow. You got to play it. She's from Maigo. She's the only Bandori I know. Ah, that makes sense. Maigo. What is Maigo? Oh, it's the band. Oh, okay. Maigo. It's an all-girl band in the Bang Dream franchise. With Tomori on vocals. Oh, okay. Now I'll be familiar. There's like 5 different bands, I think. That sounds about right. I don't know what their other names are, but I have a very peripheral knowledge. Like how Raburaibu has Muse and Aqua and stuff. I see. They're very... how did you remember that I like Raburaibu, Joey Chow? You're kind of awesome for that. Alright. There's Popin Party, Afterglow, Pastel Palettes, Rosalia, and Hello Happy World. Morphonica. Where's... There, it says, a new all-girls band, Maigo, which is meant to be a synchronization of reality and virtual, was announced at the end of April 2022. Ah! So there's a lot of bands from Bang Dream. I can't believe they're coming to Fall Guys, though. This is a Rabu, I believe. It is! Ruby! From Aqua. That's kind of... You're kind of epic for catching that, Joey. I got another one. Let me send it. I got another Rabu. Boop. Angry Leah. Oh, and this one too. I got a couple. A few. Oh, and this one! I forgot. I didn't even realize. I have 4 Raburaibu emotes. Let's go. I know a little of the girl band things, even if through osmosis. I see, I see. I love that. Your phrasing, through osmosis. Does this still work? Aww. I was hoping my Kirby one still worked, but I guess it doesn't. Remember? I thought it was going to say this.
Sorry, I'm back.
Hello, no worries.
Hi.
Welcome back. Have any of your cats settled down near you?
Skylar is next to me. The other 2 have just gone up.
Oh,
I
I see.
Gone.
Joey Chow, nice emote. I'm going to send the rainbow one. He's very powerful. Ultimate Kirby. Roll on. I like this one.
I lost my controller.
Bow, 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 bow. Let's go. No, I fell! I got knocked. Ah, you have to keep going for me.
You respawn.
Wait,
You're
what?
like, it's too late. You respawn, don't you?
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah.
I do.
You're like,
I have-
it's too late for me, and I'm like,
Oh, I see
"Right,
what you
still
mean.
here."
Yeah, I
gone
see you
without
way
me.
ahead of me though. I'm near the
Ooh,
back of
almost
the
got my
pack.
stuff. Is that another fucking toilet? Oh no, what is that?
No way.
No, that's like it looks like a gingerbread house.
Oh.
I think they've already qualified. I don't think I can see them. Oh, is that a little red panda?
I like the red panda one.
I'm spectating this Christmas Bob guy.
You already qualified? Holy mackerel.
Oh yeah.
That was
Mad
fast.
skills.
Wait. You did it!
Nice.
Let's go, Stacy. I did terrible on that one. I fell twice. It was just not. It was not
You
pretty.
like hard carried for like so many of the rounds though.
Snowball survival.
Oh no.
Let's see how this one goes. Also, this is the ice cream girl, isn't it? Nanigaski. Yes, it is Ruby. Yo, Joey Chow, another epic reference from the Joester. Ruby-chan, hi. Nanigaski. Chocominto. Yorimo anatta. That's a W reference, Joey.
How do I emote?
For
You
me,
don't emote anymore in games.
I'm gonna watch. Hello. Hold on. I gotta find the emote wheel. There we go.
Oh, okay, yeah. I didn't mean to speak. Back in my day, it was way easier to emote.
Yeah, they changed it. What button is it for you?
Oh! Someone hit me out the edge. That was Susie trying to do the Mexican wave.
No.
You got this. You got this, and if not, I'm sorry.
Woo.
Kobe.
Yup.
Nice.
Let's go. Oh, I see the the gingerbread houses are out. Strawberry flavor. Yorimo anatta. And then cookie and cream. What's your favorite ice cream flavor?
Me?
Yes.
I like a caramel.
Ooh. Just like your
Or, like,
username.
maybe a raspberry. Yes.
Caramel, what was it? Caramel iguana?
Yeah. Or like a nice raspberry. Raspberry is a good choice.
Yeah, yeah.
What about you?
I'm all for chocolate chip cookie dough. Oh, I almost died. Chocolate chip cookie dough. I love cookie dough in general. So that flavor is
Nice.
one of my favorites.
What's your opinion on mint?
Not my favorite.
Okay, yeah, it's a bad choice.
I'd much rather have a lot of other flavors before mint. I like a good chocolate as well. Just good old chocolate ice cream is pretty good.
I'm not a big chocolate ice cream fan.
Ooh, I see.
Sorry, bit controversial.
Gonna have to kick you off the stream. Ah, let go of me!
Immediately just leave. You're like, there's some things that we can be friends about, but I draw the line at chocolate ice cream.
Exactly. Hold on, you can redeem yourself though if you like Kinder Eggs.
Oh yeah, top tier chocolate. Like probably the
Yes.
best chocolate.
That's so
So
good.
comedy you guys aren't allowed Kinder Eggs over there.
I know, right? Let go of me!
Oh my god, no, this is... Why won't he stop grabbing you?
Yeah, you see that, right?
Yeah!
We got someone who hates Christmas. They're targeting... Oh, did they die? Let's
Deserved.
go. Do you like Cadbury?
Yes.
Same.
What is it? There's a. Is it true that Hershey's is the worst chocolate?
For me, I think it's pretty good, but I know other people
Okay.
don't share that opinion.
I hear a lot of people like slate it.
Yeah. I've liked Hershey's ever since I was a young lad, so
Yeah.
I'm all for it.
We get it over here.
Oh.
Or we sell it over here. We sell it over here,
Yeah.
like in some stores.
Oh, that's cool.
But
Like Tesco?
oh yeah, who told you about? Oh yeah, I forget you lived over here.
Yep.
Like, well, who told you about Tesco? It's your favorite British supermarket.
Tesco hype. I haven't been to one in so long.
You guys get Aldi as well, don't you?
Yes,
Over there.
I have been
Yeah.
there. There's one near my house.
Aldi hype.
Yep, Aldi hype. With the quarter for the cart. What do you have to put in for the cart to get a shopping cart?
Some places don't do it anymore, but before it was just like a pound coin.
Ah, gotcha. I
Yeah.
got bodied just now. I was not. That was not my best performance.
Too busy thinking about Tesco.
I know, right? Thinking about Aldi. All right. If you win this one, then you can treat yourself to an all expenses paid trip to Tesco.
No. Oh, actually, he's
Nice.
saying you.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
No. No! I accidentally stood on two at the same time.
I saw that. That was such a
Sorry.
shame.
I stood on two at the same time.
Yeah. Oh, that was good. That was a good run.
It would have taken me. There's still a lot of people in though. This would have been a tough one.
You're right. There was. Your fall guy keeps wanting to fight. What's going on?
I'm not even. I was still spectating. So like, I don't know why he's emoting so hard.
I don't know either. The Santa is just raring to go. You have more crowns than me. What? I just realized that. Your little number says 33. Mine is 31.
I'm telling you, I played a lot.
I can respect that. Bum, 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 bum. Hey, hey, hey. Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh, what happened?
Oh, sorry, I went into the store. I didn't realize
Oh.
that you can't do that still.
That's
I
all
clicked
good.
ready and then went to the store, and I thought they might have possibly changed it so you could do two things at once, but apparently not.
Ah, I see, I see.
Silly me.
Joey Chow says, I like cake batter ice cream. That sounds pretty good. I think I've had that before at like somewhere like Cold Stone. Cake batter is pretty good. Chocominto. Ah, rest in peace, Chocominto flavor. Hershey's is inoffensive at best, but I'd probably take most other chocolates before it. What are some ones that that come to mind, Joey Chow? Because I can respect that opinion, but like I said, I've liked Hershey's ever since I was a kid, so I'm Team Hershey's. Especially in s'mores. Ooh, Hershey's goes hard.
Do you guys get Cadbury over there? Or is everything?
I have not seen it, no. But I remember it being delicious. I like... Do they have caramel?
Yes.
Yes. Let's go. Caramel iguana.
Oh.
Ah!
The Doof almost came out then.
Yorimo natta. What'd you say?
I said the Doof almost came out then.
Oh, the Doof. Ah! see the platypus.
I can't believe when Lunch Dad raided you, you were doing the doof voice and I still stuck around.
Yes. Oh,
I love it.
I'm so glad.
I love the impressions.
I know they're so fun to do too. I'm glad people like them. I love doing a little voice here and there. Can you do any impressions? Oh, we did it!
No.
No.
Just straight out no.
No.
I'm not going to embarrass myself like that.
Yeah.
Tempting, I mean.
What about, did you ever watch, let's see, what did I watch as a kid? Charlie and Lola, did you ever watch that one?
Again, I think I was quite older. I think I was older when that came out.
Ah.
No.
Yeah,
When
that
did
makes
Charlie-
sense.
2005. So I was 10. I don't know what the age range for Charlie and Lola was.
Yeah. I'm not sure either.
But yeah, I know it.
Yeah. I watched it. I definitely watched it sometimes. It wasn't like my favorite show, but I did.
Yeah. What was your favorite show as a kid?
I think I liked SpongeBob the best.
Oh yeah. I have never played this map.
Oh no. Alright, you got this. Throw balls and
scary.
survive. Joey Chow says, there's a blue archive girl who likes Choco Minto. Just like Ruby? Oh, that's epic. Which blue archive girl, Joey Chow? Whee! I'm gonna follow you. You seem to know where you're going.
Oh my god, I just got fucking sent. That was scary.
I saw you get absolutely launched by that tentacle.
Hug. Oh, he doesn't want a hug. Do you want a hug? No, no, sir. Please, I'm sorry. No,
Come join me on this Christmas platform.
I'm really scared.
Ah! I survived. What? Someone sniped me. Oh. All right, you got this.
Is that the boo skin from Monsters Inc?
Yes, I see it.
Oh, that's so cute.
They were hopping away from you. I saw that.
Okay, top tier movie, Monsters University.
I like that one too. Oh,
I got sent. I was too busy thinking about Sully.
too busy thinking about Sully. That's a valid reason, I will say. Yeah, I liked Monsters University a lot.
I liked it better than Monsters Inc.
You did?
Yes, I love Monsters University. Is like one of my all-time favorite films. Like I watched it so many times.
Uzma Kappa.
We're okay. We're okay.
I loved Uzma Kappa. Such a nice group of monsters.
Nice group of misfits.
Yeah. The two-headed guy, and then what was the name? Don? Was that the guy who had the car
Don,
sales?
Yeah, Dan Carlton. And Charlie Day being the voice of Art is like.
Oh, really?
So good. Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yes.
Yo,
Yeah, Charlie Day did Art.
Let's go. I might have to watch it again then.
Do it.
Why we have to sit around watching these punks?
I know. Because we might win. Because we might go through.
I think we did.
Because we somehow made it.
Let's go! The power of Sully.
The power of Sully. The power of Sully compels you.
Scary Pete. You should have a Sully skin. Have you seen the Mike Wazowski skin?
No.
I'm pretty sure they have
That's
one.
right.
Ads interrupted. Ah, sorry about that, Mr. Joey Chow. I wish I could make that not happen. I would if I could.
kind of crazy that mods like don't auto get no ads.
I know,
Just
right?
saying. What?
Imagine.
Yeah, I
Party.
feel like the Mike Wazowski skin is either really cool or really cursed.
Yeah.
I hope we see one.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep a lookout. Anyways, Love Live Bob 1. That's me. What do you know about the Gusokumushi girl? Who is the Gusokumushi girl, Joey Chow? I'm not familiar with that. Is it Gusokumushi? Doesn't ring a bell. If it's Love Live related, then I am getting exposed right now as a fake fan. Whee! Let me in! There we go. Let me up! And grab the bar. Whee! Hi, Santa.
Bye.
Here I go.
Oh. Oh no! I jumped straight over the
Oh!
bar. I'm good. I'm good.
Woohoo! I'm gonna Google that. Guso Kumushi girl.
I think you saved it. Well, I was very close.
Let's go. Oh! Tsumire! The isopod! I know what that is. Joey Chow. I totally forgot the Japanese name for it. I totally approve of the Guso Kumushi, Joey Chow. Oh my goodness. As soon as I saw that, I was like, oh, the isopod! The player's description says, Hana Sumire of Liela, a galactic-level child star, best known for her role as the Guso Kumushi. Yes, I remember Sumire's legendary performance. Ah, cannot believe I didn't know that! Now I know why you said Love Live Bob 1. She is the galaxy's #1 idol. Santa!
I know.
You scared me!
I knew that. I remember that there was like 3 levels, so I'm like, yeah.
I thought you went AFK.
No.
You totally fooled me.
This guy's got a dude on his back.
Oh.
I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Oh yeah. That I wouldn't recommend that because then if one person falls, then you both fall.
Yeah.
You're lowering your odds.
Give a new meaning to the word carry.
Ah. True. I'm creating chaos.
Shh, I went out. I'm so bad at this. I'm sorry.
It's alright. Dag nabbit!
Oh, unlucky.
Oh, we were so close! Dang it.
I like that skin, like a cat thing. I don't know. I think it might be a cat, but it's cute.
Yeah. I missed it. It was one of the guys who won.
Yeah.
Oh man, I was too blinded by rage. I wasn't able to appreciate their skin. Let's go and let's find a Mike Wazowski.
I'm gonna Google it and see if it's cursed. Mike Wazowski. Mike Wazowski. Fall Guys. Oh, okay, yeah, that's cursed as hell.
I just looked that up too.
I wasn't expecting it, and I'm really uncomfortable.
It looks like someone's bad like cosplay of
The Sully one is really cute, and so is the Boo one. But the Mike one's cursed.
You're not wrong. I kind of want to see you wear it now.
I kind of want to unsee that.
See if you can unsee it with that giant eye of his. What? Aw, I timed that wrong. Phew. Why do I keep seeing Omni-Man? No, stop! I'm getting blown back by the fans. Oh, there we go. Woo! Through the tube. Alright. Come at me. Let's go. Come on, lean, lean. The other way. Yes. That's what I needed. You're ahead of me. What the? Oh no! I hope you didn't see that.
It spectated you just as you fell.
No! That was what you weren't supposed to see.
Also, I literally have your stream open. Is that stream sniping?
Oh. How could you?
Because I'm here for the support.
Ah, you're a real
like
one.
Stream sniping.
Not the on-stream stream sniping. All right. Looks like we should be in the clear, unless these last guys have something to say about it. Third Water is having a lot of trouble with this last bar. Let's go. Onions Bob won. Tell me your favorite Daibu songs. One of my favorite is Garasu no Hanazono by Nozomi and Ellie. That one's really good. I like... What's the one? Angelic Angel. That one's pretty good. Awaken the Power. I like a lot of the Printemps. I like a lot of most of the Muse and Aqua songs. I like and I know and like because I played the game School Idol Festival so much, and I played the same songs in Love Live. What was the All Stars? So most of the Muse and Aqua songs are my favorites, but I can say Nijigasaki and Leela have some good ones too. I'm just not as familiar with them. But the Muse and Aqua songs, I can sing almost all of them. I like Ruby's song, the one that goes da 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 da. No! Da da.
Just saw it out of the corner of my eye.
No! How could this happen to me? Ooh, I see a Nightmare Before Christmas guy.
I think I'm with a pickle.
I see you two. What are you doing with that pickle?
This purple one.
Stop! Stop!
Oh,
Stop
nice
it!
jump, bro.
Dang it.
Ugh.
Oh.
These people do not understand how gravity works. Get off me.
Let me show you gravity.
Big fat Santa's weighing it down.
Hey! At least it's not Mike Wazowski.
Mike Wazowski.
Mike Wazowski.
Oh, we did bad.
What? No, they
I don't
cheated
think
us.
We got enough point.
Mike Wazowski, why didn't you qualify?
That was so good.
Thank you.
Oh, I didn't leave, and now I'm watching everyone play Bubble Trouble.
Dang, we're always good. We're usually pretty good at Bubble Trouble.
Yeah.
Pop some bubbles for me, would you? I'm lassoing you on the menu screen.
That scene in Monsters University. Sorry.
Monsters University, let's go. Who's my kappa?
The scene with the lasso.
Wait, which one?
Who's is it Scott, the little guy? They go to that party and Sully doesn't want to dance, so Scotty has to like lasso him into the middle of the dance floor.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
That's exactly what my emote is. I forgot about that.
Squishy, thank you, Jow. And I think his real name is it's like Scott something, isn't it? Scott Squishy. Yeah.
There's a really buff Hulk skin right behind me. It was kind of weird. It was off-putting how buff he was. Squishy. Joey Chow at the Monsters University knowledge. I'm doing stupendous on this one. How about you?
Oh no, I'm having a moment.
Great Lily Leapers!
Well, and then it wasn't. It's going okay again.
Can you do an impression of Phineas's dad? Oh, Santa, we're trying that same part. Let's go, I did it! No! I called it, I jinxed it.
I'm going, I never go down the middle. Whenever I play this, I always go down the end because down the side because I'm a baby. And I forgot that I'm a baby. So I went down the middle and I did bad.
I did it!
Savers, Obi Bob Kenobi. Nice.
Obi Bob Kenobi. I've never heard that one before, I must say. I like it.
Oh, is this a skunk?
I saw the skunk.
No. I can't. It's in.
This is robbery. Elite Pixar ball knowledge. Joey Chow, tell me 5 fun facts about the Pixar ball. Have you seen WALL-E?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah, a long time ago.
Ah, I see.
I don't think I liked it that much. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
WALL-E's so good, though. You're crazy. It's a charming little film about some robots. They go to space. Maybe you just need to go to space, and then you'll understand.
Maybe I do.
And let me know what it's like up there. I was on a phone call. What did I miss? You missed some robbery, because the Santa team did great, but they just didn't want to see us win, so they eliminated us. It was in Toy Story. It may have been in WALL-E. It appeared in both Tin Toy and Luxo Jr. I think it's also in Kingdom Hearts 3, Ganondorf. Why'd you put Ganondorf at the end of that? That would be awesome if the Pixar ball's in Kingdom Hearts 3. It may have been in WALL-E. I don't know if it was. But that would be epic. I remember Tin Toy. And Luxo Jr. It sounds familiar, but I forgot what that was. It was like the early Pixar shorts, right? Honorable mention. The Pixar Ball is not in Love Live School Idol Project 2 because it EOS too quickly. I know! I was playing it, I liked it, and then it was gone. Ah, Joey Chow, you understand. You understand the pain. I don't know what was going on there. Like, why did they do that? Here's a new game, guys. Also, it's gonna end tomorrow. So, have fun. Aru said that is the Pixar short. Hey, Aru. Welcome in. How are you? Are you out and about right? Ugh! Are you out and about right now? Or are you in your hotel? Luxo Jr. I'll have to look that one up. Luxo Jr. is a short with the lamp. Also the name of the iconic Pixar lamp itself. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know that. Luxo Jr. Alright, I'll remember that. The awesome Pixar lamp. No, I'm at the hotel. I have to study a lot for the Capture the Flag event tomorrow. What? What are you doing, Aru? That sounds fun. And good luck on the good luck on your preparations. Whee! Oh, I'm glad that counted. I'm beeping. Thank you for censoring it, Aru. What?
Bro.
They want to see us lose.
We've lost it.
What is going on? Why would they do this to us, Stacy? How do we right this wrong?
I don't know. We just gotta lock in.
Okay.
We gotta get good.
I was not locked in on that one, I'll admit. I got whacked by a hammer.
I missed the jump at the bar at the end.
Oh.
I stayed stuck to the bar
Uh-huh.
when I let go of the grab button, so yeah, it messed it all up.
Oh. I was able to do that last part, thankfully, but it was already too late. Ooh, this one! This one's fun.
I don't think I played this. But it's similar to what's the other one called, where you gotta like jump through you go down the big slide and you've got to jump through the circles.
Oh yeah! What is that one called?
I don't remember what it's called.
I like that one. Whee! I'm gonna win. And around the corner. Speed boost. Let's go. Around the corner. Oh no.
Oh no, and then I asked for help, but I don't actually need help. That was an accident.
I've done that before too. Oh, I love that. Someone help me. Oh, look at you.
Where
How did you know that shortcut?
That was definitely intentional.
Of course. That was pretty epic. As soon as I started spectating you, you just take this massive shortcut. That's what's up.
Back.
Let's go. Do you see that person with the giant alien behind him?
Yeah.
What is going on there?
I don't get how you can just like be in a duo but not be wearing the same skin. Like.
True.
Bro, are you even a duo if you're not wearing like matching skins?
I know, right? We lucked out with you having the Santa skin.
Is this just an entire level of games I've never played?
Oh no.
I don't know what this is.
It's pretty simple,
Oh,
but
I
it
don't
can
know
be
if I have
tricky.
played this or if I've just seen it played. I think I might have just seen it played. This looks odd.
Yeah. All right,
Also,
Santa.
this man's a candle, but he's also on top of a car. I think his top half is a candle and his bottom half is a car.
What? I gotta see that one. Oh, I think I see him. Ah! All right. Doing pretty good. I see an Amogus. Huh. Ba-bum, ba-bum.
Woo!
Ow!
Sorry.
Oh no! You were too busy looking at the combination of a candle and a car.
I jumped at the wrong time and I got hit by the ball.
I see.
You got this. You got this.
Thank you. I'm doing pretty good. I'm hanging in there.
Just landed next to you.
Uh-oh.
Looking kind of sus.
Am I safe? No! The fan!
First got sent.
No! Are we still good? Are we good?
We're not out yet.
Oh, there's a lot of people still around though.
Oh no, we're joined.
Oh, this is painful.
This is tense.
The candle
Oh, no.
car is still in.
It keeps going down.
No! Don't say that!
Oh, someone just fall off, man.
Right?
I think we're out.
I think so too.
Oh.
Unless...
Where's the timer? Does this go on forever until someone else, until everyone goes out?
I think there's a timer eventually. But yeah, it kind of right now it's just
Oh, someone else just went out. But Bomberman guy, oh my god, that was lucky.
how did he live that?
Did you also spectating Tangy Matt?
Yes. That was
That was
insane.
stupid.
Lock in, buddy. Come on now. Lock in, buddy. Will do, Aru. True, and your beeping that you're doing. Oh! How is he-
This guy still it? There we go.
Wow, he actually died. I thought he was gonna live forever.
How did we make it?
That was so clutch! We just barely survived.
Silly. Did the candle car make it? Yep.
I see it.
The Bomberman guy's team still made it.
Oh! Yo.
Bomberman was such a good game as well. Did you ever play that back in the day?
I never played a Bomberman game.
Oh my god, it was so good.
You played it?
Oh, it was one of my favorites as a kid. It was so funny.
Ah, dang. Yeah, I only know the character, but I've never played one of his games.
Oh.
It's the one you were talking about.
This is the one I meant.
Ski fall. How did you manifest this?
Christmassy. And it's Christmassy.
Yes. We're gonna do
I
awesome.
can't remember what it was called.
I know, I had no idea, but I knew exactly the one you were talking about. Let's do this, Santa. Whee! Oh, I got launched. Whee! No! Aru, don't look. I'm supposed to be locked in, but I'm kind of doing sus. Something hit me. It doesn't count.
Oh no!
Hi, Santa.
Oh, hi.
Bum, 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 bum. Alright, we're so close.
Got
Oh!
it.
Did you get the
Nice.
gold?
Yes.
Let's go.
Ooh.
That was close. We almost didn't make
That was
it.
close.
Bomberman's still in.
That saves the candle car.
Nice. And the guy with the giant alien on his back.
The unhinged combinations of skins are my favorite thing.
Yeah. What is this?
No, I hate Royal.
Oh, you have to have the tail.
Yeah, have you never played this?
I think I have, but it's like one of my least familiar ones.
It's tough.
Okay, let's see if one of the Santas can have a tail.
Who starts with it?
Bomberman has it.
Oh man, nah. Obviously he has it. If I keep
Hi,
it the
Santa.
entire game.
Alright,
Just
let's
gonna
go
run
get
around
that
for a bit.
tail.
I don't want it. I don't want it at this point. I have to keep it for a minute and a half.
Yeah, that would be a lot.
Gotta hang
I
out.
got it! I got it! I
You
got the
actually-
tail. Oh, I don't have it anymore. But I had it.
Who's got
Ow.
it? Oh, the Chinese dragon.
Yep.
There's a cute skin.
Yeah. Wait for them to come down from there. They gotta come down eventually. Oh, Bomberman's going after them.
I've got it!
Let's go, Santa!
No! Someone took it, someone took it.
I saw you, though.
No, I did it
Bomberman!
again.
I'll take that. Thank you very much.
Trying to keep him off, yeah? I'm just grabbing everyone.
Whee! No! Someone took it!
Oh!
Bomberman! No! Bomberman!
No!
Get it, get it! Oh. Dang it.
Unlucky.
It was a good run.
That's just an absolute free-for-all, man. It's...
We both
Oh,
had
that's-
it.
I'm gonna see if this guy's streaming. Atomic Astros.
Bruh, that's what I say every day. What do you say every day, Aru? Throw in, welcome in. Thanks for the hydrate time.
No, he's not
Drinking
streaming
some
currently.
water. Time to get some tail.
He only
Oh,
had like one win.
I like that we made it to the final round though.
Royal Tail, I don't know what it was called. Royal Fumble, was that what it's called?
Yes,
I don't remember.
that sounds right. Royal Fumble.
I don't remember.
All right. Oh, SpongeBob is here. Do you see him?
Oh my god, Bob LePonge. Sorry. I don't know if you know that meme, but I'm absolutely, like, I love it.
What language is that again?
French.
French. Ah,
There's a
gotcha.
meme where someone's like, I was born in France and I wanted to have something in common with people, so I remember being at school and asking anyone if they had seen SpongeBob, but obviously in France it's called Bob LePonge, so he called it Bob LePonge and everyone just laughed at it.
I think I have seen that meme.
I love it. It's so stupid. Bob LePonge.
Bob LePonge. That's the perfect name. To imagine someone getting made everyone laughing at them for saying that.
Relentlessly bullied for saying Bob LePonge.
Look, it's Bob LePonge. He's here.
It's here.
If he put on a hat, he would be Christmas Bob. Get it?
Oh my god, that's you.
Yes.
Why is this guy like part rubber ducky? I love him.
Oh, I see him. The rubber
No,
ducky.
no. Why won't it? Look at them. They don't know what gravity is.
That's what I was about to say. Looks like they're gravitally challenged.
Haha.
All right. We got this. We got this.
Oh, do I go with Big Eatus?
You know the name? I respect you even more now. I did not think anyone else but me knew that name of that hammer.
Oh yeah. We stand Big Eatus.
I utilized Big Eatus just now. It helped me.
Oh, I tried. I'm not sure
No!
how this is gonna go.
Can you explain to me how gravity works again?
Me?
Dag nabbit.
I don't think we made it.
It's because you didn't.
Oh,
It's because you
some
didn't
guy-
tell me how gravity works.
Some guy grabbed me right at the end, and
Oh.
I almost didn't get through. He was really mean.
Imagine if that was the reason why we didn't make it.
Yeah. But no, actually, you were the reason we didn't make
Yes! No, it was Bob LaPonge.
it. Bob LaPonge.
Yes, it's his
Bob
fault.
LaPonge cannot be trusted.
He weighed down the thingy I was on, and then.
Honestly, we were on that for so long.
Yeah,
Like that one platform, we were there for so long.
it was not fair. Ooh, look at me emoting on ya. Howdy, partner.
Yeehaw. Yeehaw, Santa.
That's an
Cowboy
interesting
Santa.
combination.
Oh no.
Remember when we lost instantly on this one?
Because we forgot what banana was.
Yes.
It's alright. I've been researching the fruits. I know them now.
Oh. Okay. That's good to know. It's good to know. This is going to be a walk in the park. Also, I'm gonna hug you.
Okay.
Hello. Ah!
Oh no!
No!
Why did we do that? Why did we think that was a good idea?
How could this happen?
How did it only happen to me?
That is a good question.
I mean, a hug's a two-person thing. Like...
Yeah. I guess.
Oh,
So,
you better hope everyone goes out because we're not making this otherwise.
I know.
Oh, that
A-
was so stupid. I'm sorry, but that was
CW.
funny.
Uh-oh. I didn't know where the orange was.
Oh, that's okay. I don't think I'm gonna make it anyway. You just
Let's just pretend that didn't happen.
you just rushed the inevitable, so it's fine.
That
There's
was.
no way we were making that.
I loved. You died so fast.
I don't think I got us any points.
Oh, Throlin says, going bowling with the brothers tonight. Give me a score to hit. And that old guy said 100. I'm going to top that and say 150. Do you like bowling, Stacy?
Rollins going bowling.
Oh, bars.
It's okay. I'm not that good at it.
Yeah.
I think I would choose like mini golf or something after, like, before bowling, but
I'd be down for
okay.
some mini golf.
It might be a bit difficult for us to go together though.
Maybe a little bit, yeah.
It'd take me a while to get there.
I believe, though. It's worth it. No!
No! What is... I've never seen this, like, this layout before.
Yeah, with the hexagons.
Yeah.
The hexagon screwed me over right at the end.
Yep, I've also been messed up.
Alright, I think I got it now, though.
Right,
Stop!
I'm taking big
Stop!
lead. It didn't work.
Come on, the Santas have to qualify.
You through?
We got
Okay,
this.
no. Why do I have a spectator? Nobody watch me. This is embarrassing.
You got a spectator?
I did.
Did you make him proud?
I don't think I made anyone proud.
Oh.
I made it, but at what cost? Oh no, we didn't make it.
Oh, another.
We didn't get enough points.
Oh, jeez. If we had both made it on our first try, we were so close.
Yeah, that was wild.
I made it, and then the hexagon
Yeah,
disappeared
I've never
before
seen
me.
It, like, I've never seen that layout before.
Yeah, that's. Pretend that
Golf
didn't
goes
happen.
crazy. It really does. Mini golf do go crazy.
Mini golf. Let's go. Oh, Aru said I'm gonna top that and say 69. So Throlin says 169 is what I'm hearing right now. Let's go. You got this, Throlin. Go bowling. Do you like the snow?
It's... I feel like the novelty of snow wore off when I was like 12.
Yeah.
Like, it's cool, but then you're also like, oh, it's cold again. Like, it was cool when I was little, but not so cool anymore.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm the same way. I like when I was a kid, I loved it. Like every time it snowed, I was like, yes, I'm gonna have the day off from school. I'm gonna go play in the snow.
And then you realize that no matter how bad the snow was, you never got a day off school. I remember when I was little and like on snow days listening to like the radio to see which schools in my area were closed.
Yes.
And being like, I hope my school's closed, and it never was.
How will I keep getting blown by this fan? I'm stuck.
Oh, I was stuck for a while.
All right, I got unstuck. And pew!
Do you get snow where you are? I don't know what state you're in. You don't need to dox yourself.
Yes, it is quite common to get snow and ice.
Oh.
So
Fuck.
that's why I can say the thing is, I still like how it looks. I do like how it looks.
Yeah. Especially when it's like not been touched.
Yes, and like the
fresh
morning
snow.
after a heavy snow, I like looking out the window and looking at my front yard, the driveway, the road, stuff like that.
What?
Woo!
Like, I have a friend from, she was born in California, but she has moved to Connecticut now with her husband. And she had never seen snow before.
Wow.
Yeah, and like I know when she like, or she'd only seen it like once or twice when she'd like been on vacation.
Oh
And
yeah.
she, like they get it a lot of like where she is now, and she loves it.
Oh,
Like,
nice.
That's so crazy. Imagine just like never seeing snow before.
Yeah. Since I was in England, we definitely saw it every year. And then I actually what?
Oh.
Nah, that's bogus.
This game's absolutely robbing us.
It is. That's no way to treat us.
Stupid. Oh my god.
Oh, you ready to fight?
Ugh.
Oh
Really trying to
no.
narrow down where you're from. I'm like, okay, so you said you get snow. No, I'm kidding.
Yo, detective on the case. All right, let's hope we don't get screwed over by gravity again.
Yeah. Okay, this guy's got the big eater skin.
Wait, what?
The guy dressed as Big Years.
No way. Oh no! Too many Fall Guys! Too many Fall Guys! No! Oh, there was too many of us.
Gravity betrayed you all.
I know. It was so sad. I got betrayed again!
Guys, just wait.
Oh no. I can't get past this first section, so I'm counting on you to make it to the end.
Oh no.
Gravity!
No, why are you being fat? Oh my god. Sorry. People are only just making it in, so... No! Stop! Stop weighing it down!
Right?
Why have you got a fedora?
Roasting him. No, it's so angled. There we go. I only have 20 seconds? You've got to be kidding me.
I mean, I've made it, but it didn't go well.
Oh, that's okay. I'm so close! I still don't think it would be enough, but still. Ah! I just wanted to make it. Dag nabbit. That one is really hard.
It's a bit silly, hasn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Because again, people don't know what gravity is.
And everyone just jumps on the seesaw and then woo! There we go. Ooh, this one. I'm better at this one.
Questionable for me.
I see. Let's see how you do. That old guy said, at least you saw the finish line. That's true. I did.
You almost got a taste of what it was like to be a winner.
Yes.
I got a taste earlier. I thought we were gonna be like just slapping this silly, but no, we've been doing bad since our first win.
No comment.
I think we hit peak too early, didn't we?
Unfortunately. There's someone with the Santa top.
Oh my god, recruit him.
I know, right? But their bottom half is something else.
Oh.
But the top half is Santa. I wonder why. Ah!
The top half is better than the bottom half.
Exactly. Alright. I think I see the person cosplaying as Big Edith. Woo! Ow, ow, ow. Ow. Again. Stop it! Okay.
Yep, I just saw the fake Santa go through. I thought it was you.
The fake Santa.
We're good.
He's a Father Christmas imposter.
sorry, some of these skins. And there's just a bean. There's a regular bean.
Which one?
There's a Taiwiga.
Oh, I see him. Oh yeah, just plain old bean.
Just a plain old bean.
You know, it takes a lot of courage to just be a plain old bean.
It does. Good for him.
Unfortunately, he didn't qualify.
He's naked. He really is.
Have you ever been to Vegas, Mr. Bobathan? Yes, I have. I went for TwitchCon. TwitchCon Las Vegas, and it was very fun. We went on a little walk and explored at night, and it was fun. We went on a Ferris wheel. I didn't bring my seal though, like you had yours. So I was a little more lonely, but it was fun. It was TwitchCon 2023, I believe.
Did you go on the roller coaster that goes around the strip?
No, I did not, but I remember seeing that.
It was so good.
Oh, you went?
Yeah, I went in 2022.
Oh, why didn't you tell me you were in the US? Dang it.
It was my third time?
Oh.
The US, not a Vegas. I'm not made of money.
Yes.
God.
Where are we?
I've been to Florida twice.
Ooh, I have been to Florida once. What did you go for? Like just vacation?
I used to be in a long-distance relationship with someone who lived in Florida.
Oh, so you flew all the way over?
Twice, yeah.
Wow, that's a long flight.
We're still good friends, but it wasn't really ideal being that far away. So yeah.
Yeah.
He came here once.
Oh wow. Yeah.
And I went there twice. Yeah, and then in 2022 we went to my friend's wedding.
Oh, nice. Where was that at?
They got married in North Carolina, and then their honeymoon was in Vegas, so we just piggybacked on their honeymoon with them and went as well. Me and my brother.
Oh, okay.
Me and my brother were just like, yeah, we're coming to Vegas too.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah, it was really cool.
Nice. Do you have any pictures
The
on
one
your...
that's in the New York thing. Yeah. It's near the Big Apple, but it's the Little Apple because it's not actually New York. Yeah, it was really cool.
Yo, Aru, I remember you mentioning that roller coaster that TwitchCon censored. Yup, that's the one. That's the one, Aru.
I don't know what this is.
Me neither. I don't know if I've played this one before.
Bounce through hoops. Are the hoops in the room with us?
That's what I was saying.
Okay.
Finally. Oh, it's a team game. I see.
Can we die, or do we only lose if we don't get enough hoops?
I think we can.
Off the edge in case I die.
This one is tough.
Oh, I don't like this.
Oh, you can't even fall.
I'm not very good at it.
If you jump off, there's a second floor below.
I don't like this.
I'm not a biggest fan either. I think it's over for us.
I can't get like any height.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you can't jump through the same hoop like 5 times.
Oh, you tried that? I can respect you trying that, though. Dang, how are we getting smoked so bad?
This is hard.
It is. Dag nabbit. That one doesn't count.
Oh, yeah, I've never done that one before. I didn't know what I was doing.
I know, right? There was.
It was really hard.
Are the hoops in the room with us?
Instructions unclear.
You're so focused, Galaxy 79. You're so real for that.
That's a stupid name. Sorry.
Is it did you come up with that one too, or was it like an auto name?
No, it was like a randomly generated one.
Yeah, I figured.
And I was like, well, I can't have what I want to have, so I might as well just keep this stupid name.
Oh, it's this one again.
Alright, we've mastered this one.
True. Alright, let's do it again.
Let's go.
Whee! Woo! Excuse me. Look at you.
Thank you. I'm very fast.
I know, right? No! No! Stop it! Stop putting the walls up. Oh no. Ah, jeez Louise.
I don't think no one could get down, so. Oh. Oh no, I'm getting bashed around.
It happens.
Oh, #1 white boy got the crown.
Wait, what?
His name was #1 white boy.
That's me. Found my alternate account. Let's go. 6th place. That's pretty good.
Easy.
No, didn't even break a sweat. Oops. Where are we going now? Ooh, this one.
Oh.
Basketball.
All of the like ball-based ones are ridiculous. Basketball, fall ball.
Yeah.
Bad game. Is it volleyball?
I think
I don't know
so.
that's what it's called. So bad. All bad games.
That's fair.
Mostly because I'm not good at them.
I'm good at the volleyball, but I'm not good at fall ball.
If I'm not good at something, it's not because I'm bad, it's because they're bad. The game itself is bad.
True.
Which one do we put it in? Is it the yellow one or the blue one?
We put it in the blue one.
Okay. Guys, let me have a go.
You got it!
Yes! We put it in the blue one.
Yes.
Okay, I don't
Why are
wanna
we getting
score a goal.
smoked?
We're not! Are we? Oh wait, yeah we are. Thought we were winning.
Let's
Maybe
go.
someone's been putting them in the wrong one as a joke that isn't me. Gold one! Oh, I accidentally stole it off someone.
Hey! What gives? Wait, we kind of brought it back.
This is tight. Oh, they've got a gold. Don't let them get it in.
Give me that ball back. Give me that ball back or we're gonna have some problems.
No!
Overtime! Overtime!
Overtime! Oh my god.
We did it! The comeback was
Oh,
real.
Good.
That's what I like
That
to
was
see.
that was a good round.
It was.
I think I scored 1.
And I think I scored 1 as well.
Nice contribution.
Is at the very beginning, and then I spent the rest of the time trying to get a ball.
Oh no.
Are you not one with the rhinos?
I'm not very good at. I always do well, and then at the last second they'll just pummel me.
I see, I see. Well, let's see how this one goes. There's 3 of them.
A lot of rhinos.
Hello. You didn't die this time.
Oh yeah.
Ah! Get away from me.
Alright, what's that problem?
Ow. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Get away from me. Chill out! Whew. There's this one rhino and it's like got my number or something. What is going on?
It's got a vendetta.
Yes! For some reason.
Okay, that one just glitched out. I thought he was gonna teleport.
Yeah, the rhinos plus those
Alright.
beams of light in the
There's-
middle.
This is too many rhinos for one spot.
I know!
Like, there's so many of them.
Ah!
No. They're getting angry.
Ah! Let's go.
No! Oh my god! I thought it was going to send me. Nice.
Let's go. We did it.
Final.
Ooh. That's what I'm talking about. The Santas are no stranger to the final round.
What's it gonna be? 8 people. It's gonna be fucking Royal Fumble again, isn't it? Half an ice. Okay.
If it was Royal Fumble, that would have been gold.
Fuming.
Okay.
Not my favorite hexagon-based final, but we'll give it a go.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. You didn't do the AFK start this time.
Oh, there's a hot dog here.
Hot dog.
Oh no, I asked for help and now he's gonna grab me.
You asked for help again.
Pressed the wrong button. It's because I think that's what the emote button used to be.
Oh,
And
I
keep pressing
see.
it, but I'm just asking for help. And I don't actually need help. I'm really good. at
You're an
this.
independent Santa.
Can you carry people that aren't on your team?
Yeah, you can carry anyone.
Oh, sick. Some guy just fell off the edge.
Hey.
But like, I don't even know how.
You don't know how.
Like he didn't like fall through. He just fell off.
Oh, I
Straight
see.
down the side.
He fell off the edge. Get away from me! I don't trust this guy. He looks like he's trouble.
It's too slidey.
Hey, what are you doing, man?
No, I'm out.
No!
Go down with me.
The hot dog. The hot dog.
Oh,
It's all the hot dog's fault that I died.
that was close.
That was.
That was good.
That was a good game. But the hot dog
The hot
jumped.
dog didn't even win.
What? Oh, the hot
The
dog
hot
didn't
dog
win?
didn't even win. These two basic beans did.
What? How did we get
It's
schooled
just
by some basic
basic
beans?
One of them's got froggy slippers on though.
Okay, I can respect that.
It was quite cute. Ah, robbed again.
Right?
At least we did better that time though.
Yeah, that was a pretty good run. But the hot dog, he jumped on the hexagon that I was using to get out of. I was in a little sticky situation, and then he hopped, and then he stole my way out. And if I was just a second there earlier, I would have survived.
Reported for being unsportsmanship.
Yes, thank you. You better have reported him for me. How could he do that? Come on. I was just minding my business, trying to survive. Ooh. I'm pretty good at this one usually.
Yeah, this one's okay. Sorry, Sky.
Tree top tumble. That rhymes with skyline stumble.
Oh. Does.
Ooh, there's rhinos in this course. I wonder if they'll give you any problems.
Yeah. This guy's a milk carton.
I see it. I see it.
I love it.
He got a straw at the top and everything. Ah! Okay, I'm off. Sorry, guys. Sorry for trying to play the game.
Yeah, I'm also in Frog City.
Greetings from Frog City.
Ribbit.
That was a pretty good frog impression.
Thanks.
Ah, I fell! Hey, Santa.
Hi.
Good to see you. Ow! Ow again! Would you stop? It's the rhino. The rhino's giving me problems.
For revenge.
I thought I would...
They made it.
Woohoo! Alright, there's no way we didn't qualify, right?
If we didn't, we riot. Milk carton.
Did the milk... Oh, I see the milk carton. He made it! Oh, it's about to make it. Whoa.
How did he save himself from that?
That was clutch.
Guy's OG.
I hope he qualified for that.
I hope so. That guy's had a pan on his head.
Oh no!
No, he didn't make it. I bet his teammate dragged him down.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
definitely
'Cause-
wasn't his fault.
Yeah, he got the clutches.
Refused to believe it was his fault.
Bye bye, milk carton. Dang, that would have been the story, like the perfect way to qualify. Frantic Factory.
What is this? Oh, no, I've seen this one. You have to, like, do the buttons light up or something?
Yes.
Oh,
So
yeah,
you could say.
press the lit buttons.
Yep, the lit buttons. Remember, you said you use
Yeah,
lit.
those buttons are lit.
This is a pretty lit game.
Yeah, I've seen Lunchdad play this.
Ah.
I've not played it myself.
Oh.
It doesn't seem. Or is it you? Maybe I watched you. I think you might have played it on stream when Dad raided you. I don't remember.
I think so. That sounds right. Boing.
Oh my god, I could not. You got that. I don't know how I could not get it. I was having a struggle.
Dang it.
Oh, I can't go in there.
Oh yeah. No.
Nice.
Do-do-do-do. Bow, 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 bow.
That one was definitely me, but go off.
But go off. Let's go. I got one.
Bro, no one's even qualified yet.
We're about to change that. Let's go.
Yes!
Let's go,
Skills.
Stacy. That's what I'm talking about.
Nice.
We.
I've got to find my new favorite skin.
Which one?
I've got to find one. Oh, the rubber ducky.
I see him. Neighbor 2K.
I like his shorts as well.
Yeah,
Go
that.
well with his skin.
I was
I
looking
don't
at
think he made
that.
it. Maybe he did. Did he make it? I don't know. No,
Bye
we gotta
bye,
stop
rubber
picking,
ducky.
We gotta stop picking guys we like. We keep sending them out.
True. It's a curse.
It is.
Okay. Where are we heading? Oh no, this one's hard.
This one's stupid.
It is. It is.
Oh, everyone just fighting over a tiny penguin.
Yes. And then
Okay,
whenever
but
you
it's
get
really
him, and it's like, oh, I got him, and then everyone's after you.
Yeah, and you have them for like 0.2 seconds and everyone else has it.
I got 1 point.
Yeah, at least we can blame the other people on our team if we lose.
Exactly.
Where is he? Where's the little shit?
Honestly, that's a valid.
I feel like I should start with one, but whatever.
Right? Give me that penguin.
Why are you grabbing me? How many are there?
I didn't mean to do that. Come back
Like,
here. Come back here.
I just. Is there two, or is there just one single penguin?
There's two.
There can't be one. Okay.
But this blue guy is just holding him with no opposition. Let's change that.
Gross, please give someone else a go.
Come on. Let's
I got
go.
him. Okay.
Someone got him. Oh, but
I
he picked
don't
her right
know.
back up.
He's free. He's free. Oh my god, the same guy got him again. Sir, you're greedy. Your greed sickens me. Provide the penguin.
Your greed sickens me.
Oh no, we're losing.
No, how could this happen?
Oh wait, the pumpkin head had a penguin, but now he's lost it.
Oh no. Why didn't you grab it? I gave you a chance. Stupid.
Oh no, I think we've lost it.
This guy who I was with is incompetent to the nth degree. I had it. I got it. Oh, I was holding it for 1 second. Wow, we got absolutely cooked.
Yeah, we got robbed. That one was silly.
It was. Oh, not our best.
Those guys were definitely like sneaking penguins up their sleeves. They brought one with them.
Did you report them?
Yeah, definitely.
Good, good.
Everyone that I lose against gets reported.
As it should be. Track. Oh, I like this
Track
one.
attack.
I'm good
Don't
at
know
this
what
one.
This is. No, I get the other. Do I know what this is?
Maybe.
I don't know. The name doesn't sound. Yeah, I think I played this like. I think it was new when I last played, so I hadn't played a lot of it, but I think I've played it.
Gotcha, gotcha. Let's see how you fare.
Oh.
Woo!
Yeah, I remember this one.
Yep. It's a. I'm usually better at it, but now I'm not doing so hot. Hey, Santa.
Hi. I didn't go down the middle.
Phew. Phew. All right, now I'm back in this.
No.
There we go. That's what I'm known for. That's what I'm known for right there.
Nice.
You made it. I'm proud of you.
Thank you. Nice.
You did stupendous.
That guy's the genie from Aladdin.
I see him. 10,000 years gives you such a crick in the neck.
That's a good impression.
Thank
That was a
you.
good Robin Williams impression.
He was quite the actor.
He was a good lad.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, it's this one again. Tiptoe, but in space.
Yeah, where I just follow everyone else.
Exactly. now you're speaking my language.
Why would I use my own brain when I could just use somebody else's?
Exactly. Oh, the genie is ahead of me. Oh, I almost got hit by a space rock.
I did get hit by a space rock.
No!
And again, oh my god, this is silly.
Again. Why are we all standing here? What is going on?
Wait. I think we... Ah, shit. Sorry.
I found it!
I think I'm on the wrong platform.
Oh no. You got this.
Oh my god, I stopped it. I hope you saved it. I think you saved with a solo. You did.
Let's go.
Are there like multiple routes you can take, or is that only one way?
To my knowledge, I think there's just one.
Okay, I'm just really dumb then.
Oh no. Another penguin!
Oh, this one's got a pool party though.
There's more penguins now.
Stupid.
You're not wrong.
Oh, this is not a team one. This is just us two.
I'm counting on you to get the penguin. You got this.
I haven't even seen one. I think they
Ice cream has
put
it.
penguins in.
Jump the ice cream guy.
I'm gonna.
I can't catch him. He's too fast.
I got one.
Nice. You're carrying hard right now.
No one knows I've got one as well. This is great.
Hello.
Hi. Do you want to hold him?
Yes, thank you. Get back here! No! No!
What did I do this?
This can't be happening.
He keeps standing on the platform. Look, he's on the platform and I can't grab him without it sending me.
We got this. Okay, okay.
I think I might have messed up.
No! All because of your... Do you want to hold him?
I thought you wanted to hold him and then you didn't.
I tried. I choked that hard. I choked that hard. I was like, oh shoot!
Sorry, but that was funny.
It was. Like, do you want to hold him? And then we were both just like, no!
Oh man, sorry.
No, that was...
I thought you wanted to hold him. I thought you wanted to go.
I
It
appreciate...
was a second chance and we still messed it up. We actually genuinely would have won as well. But that's
You're right! I
Worth
cannot
it.
believe that happened.
worth it.
No, Aru saw it! Do you want to... Such an innocent question. Oh man, I cannot believe we
Like when
got.
someone has a baby and they ask if you want to hold it, you say yeah, but you drop it. No, I'm joking.
Yo! No, the glitch!
Oh my god. Oh no, has it happened again?
Yeah, it's happening to me. I'm just falling and
Didn't
falling.
it do it on the same map?
Exactly. What's going
So
on?
probably, I presume it's a map issue.
Yeah, it must be. Because
Yeah,
now
it must be a
twice
map issue.
in the same night. What's going on?
Sus. Mediatonic, this is sus.
That was more sus than the time we saw an Among Us.
Mogus boy, yeah.
And it takes a lot to be more sus than that, so they really
It's
messed
true.
up. Ba, 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 ba. That better not happen again. Can you say that in a Peter Griffin voice?
You may know.
I'll try, Aru. This was more sus than the time we played with Among Us. That was not very good. Can you do a Peter Griffin voice?
I'm definitely not gonna try.
But the people want to hear it.
Wait, can I do the...
Yeah. I'll take
my
it.
God. Look at the sussy boy!
I see a Mike Wazowski.
No, you don't.
There's a Mike Wazowski among us.
Oh no.
Let me know when you see Mike
Oh,
Wazowski.
He's there. He just turned around and I saw his face. I did not like it. There's some good skins in here. That guy has the half Among Us skin. which
Yeah,
I
the
think
one
is,
with the
like,
bone.
super rare. Yeah.
That is pretty sus.
There was like only a certain way you could get them, I think, and I don't remember how, but I think they're quite rare.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's pretty epic.
The handsome Squidward skin gives me the ick.
There's a handsome Squidward?
Yes.
No way.
Bob LeBonge. I'm getting sent.
My favorite show. Bob LeBonge.
There's also there's a Patrick as well.
Oh, I see the Patrick. I saw Mr.
I'm
Krabs
too close.
earlier.
I'm too close to Mike Wazowski. I have not seen a Mr. Krabs skin.
Keep your eye out.
Maybe I didn't notice it earlier.
I think it was.
Rock me, boy.
I think I saw him on the one where it crashed. The the
Oh.
glitch. So if we hadn't been booted out of that one, you could have seen Mr. Krabs.
Yeah. Did we lose?
I think
Oh
so.
no, sick.
Oh, let's go! I thought we.
Oh no, there he is, right in the center. Good.
I was worried. I'll admit.
Oh no, Mike Wazowski made it.
He did! Your favorite
Can't believe
skin.
he saw one.
They should be an Uzma
Okay.
Kappa skin.
Oh. Oh, not this one again.
Oh no! You're gonna
No,
get hit by
nemesis.
space rocks.
And somehow take the wrong path.
Oh yeah, that.
Stupid.
Alright, let's see how this one goes.
Oh my god, how?
Oh no.
I think I accidentally just pushed Patrick Star off the edge.
Oh. How could you? Oh no. Dang
Why did
it.
they make it so quickly?
I have no idea. You're over there pushing Patrick Star, but these people were qualifying. What?
I didn't get my priorities straight.
Too busy pushing Patrick. Fastra redeemed Santa time. Hi, Fastra. What does Santa time say? Is that the Santa hat? I forgot about Santa time. Let me check what that one is. I'll put on a Santa hat. All right, BRB.
Yeah.
Got it.
And we've got a snowy map.
What are the odds? Freezy Peak. More like Easy Peak, you know what I'm saying?
We're gonna get cooked. We're gonna get destroyed.
Maybe. Maybe. But maybe not. Ah. Curse that fan! Alright. Whoa!
Whoa.
Oh, nice, Santa, waiting your turn.
Thanks, I don't want to get absolutely punched.
Yeah, for sure. Let's go.
Oh, I got stuck.
Oh no. $28 points.
Peak.
Easy peak. Yo, the Santa team got first.
Let's go.
Let's go.
So high, faster.
Aru is so cool.
Oh my god, we got first.
Yes.
Sick.
We're gonna get first overall in this whole thing too. Just watch.
What is that orange skin? Like the... It's like really fat. I couldn't tell what it was.
Which, I missed
no.
it. This one again.
Grab them. I'll grab them in a minute.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't tell what it was from far away.
Mm-hmm. Jamming.
3 of them.
Oh no.
I've lost them.
You've lost the orange
Oh,
one?
this thing over here.
Oh.
That guy.
With the star?
This thing. I can't see what it is. And this isn't really the right map to find out.
Yeah. Uh-oh. I saw that.
I don't have enough eyeballs to watch them all. What are they doing over there?
Congregating.
Are they talking about me?
Oh. You weren't supposed to know. Ah!
Yeah, what is this guy's problem?
Hi.
Hi.
Ah!
Oh my god. Let go of me, I'm scared.
As soon as I let go of you, I got launched up into the stratosphere.
If that hadn't ended then, I was about to get launched into another dimension.
Nice. I'll take it. I'll take it. Only 2 people died?
How did only 2 people go out?
Right?
It's gonna be like a 15. It's gonna be like a 16-person final.
Exact. Oh no, it's this free one.
Tail game. Royal.
Oh no! Don't bring that into existence. All right.
At least this is normal fruit shoot.
Right.
I like how the cannons look like the pea shooting pods from Plants vs Zombies, but in pink.
Oh, true. Plants vs. Zombies. I love that game.
What a game.
Oh, man. Memories. Alright, I'm doing alright.
Banana.
Nope! Stop! I'm so close. I'm so close!
We're good. I think maybe.
Let's go! That's
Was
what
it
I
enough?
needed. That old guy says, hey, Fastra. Hello, Fastra. Alright. We doing this? Again! Only 2 people. Stacy Joanne says hi, Fastra.
Oh, not her. I hate that bit. Oh my god, it is like a 12-person jump showdown final.
Ooh. Hey, Dat.
Hi.
Remember when I asked you a question about Super Smash Bros?
18 of us.
Holy guacamole, what? It's so crowded. Ah!
This is... Everyone let go of me immediately.
Everyone grab Stacy Joanne right now.
No. Oh my god. Are you on a dangerous side?
I am. I'm kind of worried.
Or am I on the dangerous side? You are.
I made it!
Jump. Nice jump.
Thank you.
There's literally hundreds of us.
I like the dolphin.
Yeah, that's a cute skin. Oh, that sent a couple.
Yeah, I saw that.
Do not grab me. I'm so scared.
This is scary. There's so many
This is gonna
people.
get sweaty.
It is.
Oh my god. We've got some grabbers.
Oh
The
no.
little stripe, the little black and white stripy bean, or like spotted bean, is a grabber, and so is the dolphin.
Okay, I'll watch out for them.
So be careful.
Okay, we're doing pretty good. We're both still in this. It's getting sweatier.
Yeah. 6 left.
Oh, we're just gonna... I feel like we'll be here for a while. Hot dog's out!
Nice. Do we think this is one team?
Oh, I
Two that
wonder.
left?
That's a good question.
Because they don't seem to be antagonizing each other.
You're right,
I'm
you're
wondering
right.
If it's the same team.
It's us versus them.
Maybe if they wore matching skins, I would know.
Oh, true. Call them out, Stacy. This is intense.
Wait as well. It's just him. It's just him. Do I take the risk?
I don't know. I don't even think you need to. Let's go.
GG. GG. Oh my god, that was so good.
Another dub? Are you for real?
planned it with both of us still standing.
I know! Not
So good.
just
That
one,
was
but
so good.
2 Santas. 2 Santas.
Nice.
Let's go.
That was a good one. That was sweaty.
That was nice. The big golden W again. Yes, W Gaming, Aru. Woo!
Nice.
Second dub of the night. We make a good team, I must say.
We do. That was a good final. But I could have gone on. I could have done that for so much longer.
I know, right? We were like, what? How is that possible that both of us
Wasn't
were?
even tired.
I cannot believe both of us were there like that.
That was good. That was really good.
It was.
Nice.
Big W. Roll on time.
Have we found our #1 final?
Yes.
It's Jump Showdown.
Exactly. We did. We killed it.
Nice.
Alright, let's see how this one goes. I did really bad at this one last time, so let's see how I do this time
Yeah.
around.
Are any of these skins cool? Why is nobody using the Pusheen?
Oh, the machine?
I love Pusheen.
Yeah.
I love Pusheen. I have multiple tattoos of her.
Oh, that's awesome! No way.
My entire thing is just, this is cute and stupid. Let me get a tattoo of it. Like, that's literally all I do.
Respect.
Life's too short to care.
True.
I'm
Oh.
cook.
Let's pretend
I
that
got
didn't
big
happen.
ears. Yeah, people are like, aren't tattoos supposed to be meaningful? And I'm just like, no. Tattoos can be whatever you want them to be.
Exactly. I can get behind that reasoning.
No!
If it
Oh
brings a
my
smile to
God.
me face.
I think I've messed it up for us.
Oh no. Alright, you're still alive. Oh no!
I don't know what's happening.
This is what happened to me last time.
This time it's me that's messed it up.
You can still qualify. Big Stace. Alright, the final obstacle.
Oh no, there's 4 people spectating me. Everybody go away, please.
You're famous.
I don't perform well under pressure.
You did it!
Stop.
How did you clutch that out so hard? Even with 4 people watching.
And I fell like 4 times.
Let's go. There's an Among Us. Not
I
the...
need to pee after this game. I got so excited about that win, I forgot I need to pee.
Oh, that's fair. Well, the
Oh,
peg
no.
wins again. We get our revenge.
I'm not gonna mess around this time. If you want to hold him, that's tough shit.
That's
If you
fair.
want to hold him, you gotta go find your own penguin.
True, then we'll
I'm
earn
not gonna make
twice
the
as many
same
points.
mistake.
Let's see. Let's see which one of us gets a peg win first. There's so many down
Look at
there.
them all. There's so many.
I'm gonna get one.
I got one.
Ah!
Why did that guy just drop a penguin and then come after mine? Sir, please.
I got one.
Please, this is my son. Oh my god.
Oh no.
Oh, there's a guy. Me and some guy have stood. No! My penguin! Me and some guy we just stood behind a post. There was some guy stood behind a post for like ages.
Uh-huh.
Just stood still holding his penguin when no one could see him.
That's genius.
It is.
And you carried hard because I was not getting any penguins.
I carried a baby penguin
You did.
for the whole time.
I was
Carried.
worried. And then I looked at our score and I was like, wait, what? We're already almost done?
They carried a small baby penguin.
Oh, small little baby.
Little baby penguin.
It's this one!
Oh god.
One of the ones you mentioned.
These guys are like, I heard you hate ball-based games. Well, here you go.
Let's see how Team Santa does in volleyball.
I'll go in goals.
We got this. Uh-oh, we're versus Spider-Man and Venom? How are we supposed to beat those guys? Oh no!
Not like this.
Almost!
Oh no! That was really close.
I
Green
fear.
eggs and Pam.
Let's go! I'll take that any day. No! The save? They're good.
Okay, good save.
I didn't know we were gonna be against, like, gods.
This is...
Come on! Why are both of them, like, pro-level gamers?
How are you sweaty at volleyball?
Dag nabbit, these guys are good.
Come off it, just let us score.
I know, right?
Oh
No!
my god, no, this is silly. Game ready, put us against this. We're done. We're done. They're just gonna keep it in the air. Quick! No.
Why he's so Christmas, Bob? Hey, Woo Bell, welcome back. Good to see ya. We're doing some Fall Guys. You just missed a dub. You just missed a dub.
It was a very good one.
It was. We both survived.
It wasn't just a regular old dub.
It was a grand
Good.
dub. Oh, I forgot
Yeah,
to
but-
back out.
Oh, we would have got a Hexa ring.
Right.
Then they pinned us against the world's sweatiest volleyball players. Volleyball.
Yeah,
players.
what was that about? Come on.
I don't know.
Oh, can't believe it. Spider-Man and Venom, who would have thought?
Oh shit, I forgot I needed to pee.
Oh yeah!
We'll go again.
A grand slam from Denny's level dub. Exactly, Woo Bell. You missed it. Oh, it's this one again. All right.
Don't. We're not hugging this time.
We always lose on this one.
First time we forgot what banana was. The second time you hugged me.
Yeah. You died instantly.
Yeah.
Let's see how this one goes. Hello.
Oh no, it's Thor. No. Loki. Wait. No.
Oh yeah, Thor. Ah! Whew! A and W. W.
Okay, I want a watermelon and if you don't have one,
Oh, thanks.
you're good.
Hello. Why are you surrounded by all the— Ah!
Because if you stand in this corner, then the bar can't touch you.
I wish I had done that.
Oh, cheat.
BW.
Oh, also on a cherry. Oh my god, I'm just not gonna move. Is that the Michelin? Oh, it's a skeleton. I thought it was the Michelin man.
Oh. I see where you're coming from.
Weird skin to put in the game, but okay.
I want to see the Michelin Man now. W A-W-O-C-G. A-W-O-C-G. B's up there.
Oh
Bottom,
no!
bottom left. Yeah, you're going to it. No, one over, one over! It's okay. You did what you needed to.
Did we get cooked? Oh no! Amazing.
You
That was
did it.
close.
You had the hard carry. Fascia says, did you know that weighted blankets are the best kind of blanket? I did not. Do you have any weighted blankets, Stacy?
I have used. I don't own one, but I have used one before. And they are quite nice.
Yeah, that weight can be really nice. I'm glad you have a nice weighted blanket, Fascia. Oh no.
I'm kind of jealous, not gonna lie.
Right? Look, there's a rubber ducky next to you. With soap.
That's cute. And the two Michelin men are behind me.
I see them.
They're cute. They're cute little spooky skeleton boys.
Yes. They're the antithesis of us.
And this guy who's got a cowboy hat on.
Did someone say cowboy hat?
Yeehaw. Yee, and I cannot stress this enough. Aw.
Exactly. That's what I've been trying to say.
Oh no. Oh no, gravity.
No! I should have made that. I should have made that. Arthur Morgan, Fall Guys. Oh, yeah, you mean this?
Oh yeah, they. Alright.
That old guy says, I'll second that. You like weighted blankets too, that old guy? They can be kind of heavy. They do be They do be weighted though.
This is not going well.
I know. I'm worried, but come on.
This man, the sailor's gonna pull me down.
What is with this?
Oh hi.
Hi, Santa.
Here you go.
Thank you. That's what I was waiting for someone to do that. Howdy, partner.
No, you're all really fine. You're gonna pull me off the edge.
Did we make it? You should have made that. You saw that, Fastra? Thank you. I should have totally made that. Just wish there was a way to have a weighted blanket that wasn't too hot. Yeah, I see what you're saying, that old guy. And that's what I'd be worried about too, is it being too hot.
Nice.
Let's go! That's what I'm talking about.
The little skelly boys are still in.
Oh, nice.
They're cute.
I
And
just
that's
saw
how
that.
you that's how you match a skin.
Yes! We need to see more like that.
Yeah. Oh no. Oh no, I say about every single map it comes on.
That's fair.
I really do.
Oh no, this one.
Don't know why I say it about every map.
This
Anyone
one-
would think I didn't like the game.
Let's see if we can get this one that's right in front of us. Why are you in a cube?
I don't know. I'm glad it wasn't just me that saw that.
Yeah.
I thought maybe it was like a glitch on my screen, but no, I was in the side of a whole cube.
Just chilling. Dang it.
Everyone over the gold.
Oh, I almost made it. I'm not getting many hoops, I'm not gonna lie.
Me neither.
Alright.
No, was 5 out of 6 qualified. I think we're screwed.
No. How did they get Hoop so fast?
I have no idea.
Woobell says, I sleep under a pile of stuffed animals in lieu of a weighted blanket. Similar effect.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fair.
I could get behind that,
Cool,
sleeping
okay.
with a pile of stuffed
I
animals.
definitely need to pee this time, so I'll be back
Okay.
in a sec after I've left because I forgot to.
I know, I'm spectating too.
Extraterrestrial.
We would have had this.
Leave. Holding me hostage.
Finally.
There we go. Okay, I'll be right back.
Same. Woobell says, I used to have hoop dreams until I found out there were other ways to score. What? Are you talking about in Fall Guys? What do you mean? I must be missing something. Is that a reference? Honk. Hoopsy Legends. You're a Hoopsy Legend, Fastra. There's other ways to score besides going through the hoops? What could it be? And Fastra, hello. Can you explain this chat I got? I don't understand it. They said, I used to have hoop dreams until I found out there were other ways to score.
Reference to basketball legend LeVar Burton. I didn't get it.
Me neither.
Sorry.
It's all okay. So, thank you for explaining
Basketball's
that.
not a thing in this country though, so don't worry. I'm joking.
Oh, just kidding. Sorry, it's a
There's only one
TikTok.
sport over here, and it's football,
Oh yeah,
soccer.
soccer. Now you're speaking my
Soccer.
language.
Oh,
Soccer.
also cricket apparently.
Oh
The
yeah,
only two sports.
football. Ow.
Football. Oops.
Let's go. Santa.
There's
That's
a big ear skin behind you.
Oh, I see it. And it's very powerful skin. Let me in. Let's go.
Nice. Oh, it's
That-
a TikTok audio. I'm not allowed on TikTok.
Wait, what?
No, I'm kidding. I just don't have it because I know I'll spend my entire life doom scrolling.
Ah.
I do enough of that on Instagram. I don't need another one to do it on.
Yeah.
I just never made a TikTok account.
I did make one, and some of my most popular TikToks were actually cooking ones, oddly enough.
Yeah, literally, Weebo. That is the only reason I don't have.
Yes. Aru comes in,
Like,
speaking the truth. Quasimodo Football 2.
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what Quasimodo Football 2 is?
No, it's a game.
You have to know what Quasimodo Football 2 is.
Okay, so I know who Quasimodo is, and I know what football is. The two combined, I'm unfamiliar. I Google.
Did you see him? Did you see it?
Why?
Quasimodo Football 2.
Wait, when you changed your screen, I saw Lotad behind you.
Wait, what?
Behind the little U icon in the corner, like your camera. Lotad was behind it when you changed to Quasimodo. What's he doing?
Why is there a Lotad behind me?
What's he doing there? Also, why are these churros in the way? Cinnamon sticks in the way?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
the cinnamon sticks.
When you changed over, I saw Lotad in the corner. What's he doing?
Hello, I'm Lotad.
Yeah, there he is!
How did you see him? He's so tiny. I love that you saw him. There's a Lotad behind me. He's very secret. How is he Lotad?
He is so Lotad.
That's a legendary lore. Quasimodo Football 2? I agree.
Okay, so Get it.
That doesn't help?
No, no, sorry. Oh no, we need to pay attention. 3 banana, 1. Is that a grenade?
Is that a grenade? Let's go with that.
Guys, tell me where to stand. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Stand on the grenade.
Oh, stand on the banana.
No!
Wait, why? I thought you were supposed. There were 3 bananas, weren't there?
Yeah, but it said, do you see the screens that have right now it's a countdown?
Yeah.
They said the number 1, so you have to step on the thing that there was only 1 of.
I didn't see the 1. I'm so sorry.
It's all good. I'll try to salvage this.
He was thinking about Quasimodo football.
That's a very valid excuse.
I
3?
still need you to explain to me. Oh, okay.
So there was 3 coconuts, you know? Alright, help me count these. 3 grenades.
3 grenades.
2
1
dragon fruit.
2 dragon fruit.
1 coconut.
Don't forget the screws.
Oh yeah.
My favorite fruit.
Yeah, they're so delicious. 2 grenades, right?
We really needed a lot more people to go out on this.
I was wrong! I thought there was 2 grenades.
I didn't see 2 dragon fruits, to be fair.
Me neither. I thought there was only
saw
1. Rubel says there's a Homestuck animated pilot tomorrow. I have never quite followed Homestuck, but that's still pretty cool. Just me. That's cool. I can get behind that. Do you know anything about Homestuck, Stacey Joanne?
I do not.
Me neither. I know.
I know what it is, but
Yeah.
I've never, like, been involved with it.
You guys missed out on the skibbity fruit. They have skibbity fruit in here. What's your opinion on skibbity toilet?
I have no idea what it means, but it's funny. Like, I know the meme. I've not watched it all. There's like fucking hundreds of episodes. Or something.
Yeah, yeah, there is.
Stupid as hell, but it's funny.
Yeah, pretty much. I knew you were a skibbity toilet enjoyer.
Never been called that before.
At least you got mango. Can you say that but with a nerd voice? Skibidi Toilet?
Highway. I don't know what this is.
It's my way or the cosmic highway. How fortuitous, Aru. I can't do it like you can. There's another Santa! Do you see him?
Grab him! Oh,
How is there another Santa?
he's just gonna pretend he doesn't see us. I know you do. I know you saw us. Oh, my nose.
Alright, I'm doing pretty good right now, actually. I'm killing it. Let's go.
Oh, I'm glad one of us is. The only thing I'm killing is myself.
No! Whee! Ah! I bounced hard off of that.
No!
Let's go. Right through there. Through the middle.
Are you through?
I am.
What the fuck?
Wait, what are you doing back here?
No, you. Ah.
Santa! Aru, what's your favorite Skibidi Toilet episode? Oh, you survived!
How did I do? How did I save that?
Let's go. You're doing awesome. And she qualifies.
Is that enough?
Ooh, we're up to third.
Okay, third. That's gotta be enough.
I'd say that's pretty good.
I think
Fog.
it's because you got so many. You got so many points.
I know, I don't know what happened, but I was just, like, on fire this round. Fall Guys Paddle Pass, where we bouncing? Where we bouncing? Let's go. I need that Fall Guys Battle Pass.
Where we bouncing, boys? You gotta thank the bus driver. There's no bus driver. What's the equivalent of the bus driver?
Big Edis.
Yes.
You better thank him. I've never watched it. Aru. It's Skibidi Toilet. How could you not watch it? I actually do regret to inform you that I have seen several episodes of Skibidi Toilet. I was curious and I couldn't stop watching them. The other Santa survived. Why is there another Santa? I don't get it. It's not even October.
Who is his teammate?
Ooh, that's a good question. Uh-oh. I got destroyed last time when we did this one.
Last Atlantic. Okay, is there? Oh, okay. There's another one like this, isn't there? Where you have to throw bombs at each other.
Yeah, this isn't the only one that has those.
Wait, we did this one earlier.
Yes, you remember?
Oh yeah. I didn't realize that was what it was called. Yeah, this is when I saw the boo. Obviously,
Oh,
you picked
yeah.
the bomb.
At first I thought you meant, like, the ghost from Mario. You survived!
I'm still behind the years. I'm gonna get myself killed chasing Third Santa.
Oh, yeah.
How do you get on someone's back?
For me, it's left on the D-pad. I'm not sure if it's the same button for you.
I don't know. I'm standing here with a witch. Are you a witch? Oh no, you're the Undertaker from wrestling. My bad.
Are you a witch?
You're a witch. Sorry, Undertaker. I thought you were a witch.
Hey. Pick me up. Yes! Thank you. We're
Look at
Santas.
this. Look at this guy. Can you emote with someone on your back? Oh no, I don't think.
Why are you on his back?
Well, imagine if he just threw himself off the edge. No, I don't trust him, I'm really scared. Yeah, the Undertaker cracked open a cold one with the boys. It's me and the boys.
Santa's together strong.
Wait. You can still emote!
Hey! You're ready for a fight. Oh, the Undertaker's jealous. He wants someone to be on his back. What was that?
You emote. It's my glitch emote!
I have never seen that one.
He wants to go. Oh. Get off me!
Can you do the Vanellope glitch one again?
Yes. Oh wait, no, I'm on your back. I didn't realize the water.
Did you die at the very end?
Yeah, did we make it? Oh my god. You okay, sweet? Okay, so sweet.
Water level making me thirsty.
Give me 5 minutes to win this game. Yeah?
Aru said, I just heard the cracking of a cold one.
Cracking open a cold one with the boys.
It's me, I'm the boys. That would have been the
If I'd
stupidest
gotten
elimination ever. Imagine.
If I'd gotten eliminated from that, I would have been livid.
Alright.
I didn't realize the water level rose. I was trying to hang out with the Undertaker.
Yeah.
Santa's still in.
Really?
Yeah?
No way. Ah! I got flung violently by that inflating frog.
Well, I thought that was you, but it was the third Santa.
Why is the third Santa still here?
It's like, nice, wait, that's not you.
Where are the bubbles?
They're over there near the big roller.
Five more. We did it!
Did you get gold?
No.
I saw we went from like 27 to 30 like instantly.
Oh, I just got a few that were really close together.
Oh, nice.
Alright, I think the other Santa's out. No, he's not!
Not.
Wow.
Is he with that random black bean
Oh.
skin? Did they pair? Did they, you know, in the like that screen? Did they pair them up with each other as well?
Oh, I did
Or
not.
was the guy that he stood next to his teammate?
Good question. Alright, let's do this. Extraterrestrial again. Santa fell.
No, I thought you. I didn't know which one you meant. Then I thought you meant you. You referred to yourself as the third person.
Yeah. No, thankfully.
Not now, dear. Santa's fallen.
Santa's fallen.
I just died.
No!
I'm the worst person. That's incredibly dramatic. Oh, while you get this win, I'm gonna feed my cat.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna watch still though.
Excuse me. No! I thought I had it.
Dude, that was so close.
I know. I was one of the last
Unlucky.
people. I got backed into a corner. Bluebell
Unlucky.
says.
Oh, you did really good.
Ah, thank you.
Ah.
Useless Kevin Exoprob win.
Hey, that guy.
Going to close my eyes and for a couple of hours and hallucinate. See ya, Bob and Stacy. Have a fantastic time. Thank
Who's
you.
that? I'm not on my laptop.
What?
Who said that?
Oh, Bluebell.
Oh, good night, Weebell.
Thanks for sticking around. Alright, this next one will be our last one.
Okay.
So, I'm counting on you to do epic.
Oh no.
We will do epic. Okay, I'll say it's the last one unless we get eliminated first round, because then that'll be too early.
Unless we what? Get eliminated in the first round?
Yeah, then it doesn't count.
Okay.
Boom, boom, boom. Bum, 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 bum. Time to run. Why does my eye feel itchy? Ooh, it's different than usual with those hexagons.
Oh.
I'm gonna avoid those. That looks too precarious.
Yeah. Like, oh, come something new. Hope you don't mind if I don't try it.
Exactly. There's a Mike Wazowski behind you.
No, oh, no, I saw him.
Whoa! Let's go. I got punched, but I still remained in the rink.
Oh, no. That fan sent me so hard.
The fan, yeah. Let's go. Whee! Ow.
Okay.
I made it.
Why did I go to the middle? I'm brain dead.
Santa. Oh no!
Oh my... What?
You got this.
Sorry? What?
There we go.
Hello? Oh my god.
Good stuff.
Oh my god.
Ba, 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 ba. Oh, Mike Wazowski qualified. Your favorite one.
It's such a creepy skin.
I feel like it could have been done better, but it looks so off.
It's not the right shape.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because they've kept like the bean theme, but Wazowski is perfectly round, so it just looks weird. It looks like a low budget costume.
It does. Very low budget.
There's a Cuphead as well,
Oh, I see him.
right next to us. What a star!
No.
Oh shit!
Are you for real?
Oh no! I just watched you get gravid.
No.
Is it a Sailor Moon skin?
Sailor Moon?
No, I don't think it is. Oh my god. It reminds me of something though. Oh, my still at the start. This is tragic.
Oh no. Ba, ba, ba. Ah! Okay. Why is this one always, every time it comes up, I just do terrible at it.
And people have only just started to qualify, so that's not too bad.
I hope so. Uh-oh. No! Ah, this one is the bane of my existence.
It shouldn't be this difficult, but it really is.
Right? And then the timer
I think
always
it's just
comes.
yeah. It's just the not knowing how gravity works.
Exactly. I have 20 seconds.
I'm in, but I don't think it's enough.
It might be a. Oh no! We're in 9th. You did it! You clutched it!
Oh.
That's what I like to see. Mike Wazowski is out.
Mike was out ski. Mike out ski. Sorry, there's something there.
Mike Wazowski.
Mike was out ski. Oh no, this one's like probably the best ball-based game.
Yeah?
Except for the snow one. The snow one's better than this.
But what if Mike Wazowski was not Kill? Very good question, Aru. It's an interesting question you raised there. And it's one that requires a lot of analysis. Let's get this ball rolling!
I missed the third Santa. I can't believe he didn't even acknowledge.
Like, how is there another Santa? What are the odds that we got matched with another Santa? Come on.
The rats are gonna try and stop us.
Let's go.
Idiot.
We're too strong.
Try harder, nerds.
Ooh, you tell them. Hey.
Bullying them before it makes us leave. Right, look. Beaver cheese.
Beaver cheese.
There's a guy called Beaver cheese.
What is beaver cheese?
I don't know.
Beaver cheese.
Blue panda. Like a red panda, but he was blue.
Ah. Ooh.
This is a final. What?
Are you ready to snipe some scrubs?
I'm scared.
I'm not too good at this one, but I will try my best.
I miss the Undertaker.
Oh yeah. It's so scary. Hi.
Hi. Did I just kill you? Oh my god. My favorite thing is just grabbing the bombs and throwing them off the edge, because, you know, that way none of them can hurt me.
I see. Interesting strategy you got there.
I'm just gonna stand on the ring.
Okay.
I'm so scared. New game where everyone has to stay away from me.
Santa!
It's all on on you. I don't even know what blew me up because there was nothing near me.
This is scary. No!
No! Unlucky!
I got blasted.
That was
And
so close
thus-
as well.
Good final game, if I do say so myself.
Uh...
Well, that was a ton of fun, and I think the Santa Squad should definitely link up again in the future.
Definitely.
That
That was very fun.
It was, and I could not tell that you haven't played. If you hadn't told me that, I would not have expected
Thank
you
you.
to have come out of such an absence.
Thank you. I'm surprised I've still got it.
Yeah, you did.
Well,
You
I'm
did
glad-
really epic.
I'm glad I have.
And yeah, that was a ton of fun. Got any last words for the chat before we go?
No.
That's okay.
Trying to think of something, but no.
How about I can show Lotad one more time? Boop. There we go. Hello, I am Lotad.
What a guy.
There
What
we
a
go.
guy. A great guy.
And Fasha at the very end of the stream redeemed no glasses time, so I'll be finishing the stream without my
I only
glasses.
just realized.
But yeah, thank you all for watching. Aru, Woo Bell, Daddled Guy, Stick Mom, Bastra. It was very nice to have you guys here. And y'all have a great night. You have a great night as well, Daddled Guy. Thank you. And if you ever find yourself in the blast ball final round and you get sniped by one of those blast balls, then you take care out there.
Bye.